Call to order the meeting of Tuesday, February 28th, 2012. The time is 9 a.m. All right. We will begin with the flag salute this of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Supervisor. At this time, we would like the statement of meeting procedures to be read by our clerk, Ann Holman.
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of February 28th, 2012. Agendas are available on the wall outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. When you speak, clearly state your name and address for the record. All items on the agenda will be open for the public to address before final action is taken. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker, which will be monitored by a timer on the podium. If there is a person speaking on behalf of a group with no other testimony from another member of the group, please identify yourself as such, and your time may be extended at the pleasure of the board. Keep in mind that the chairman has discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. It is requested that all pagers and cell phones be either turned off or put in the silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you, Ann. Now is the time for public comment. Any member of the audience may address the board on any item not on today's agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes per person, since the time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard in the 15-minute time limit, the public comment will be taken up at the end of this meeting once again. The board is not permitted to take any action on items brought forward and addressed under public comment. Is there anyone who would like to come forward and address the board under public comment today? Seeing none. Excellent. We will close public comment. We will move to Supervisors Committee reports. Any supervisors with any committee reports? Supervisor Euler.
Yes, just briefly, Madam Chair, wanted to inform my colleagues that Supervisor Holmes and I both met with PCTPA, Placer County Transportation Planning Agency, and then subsequent to that, I had the South Placer Regional Transportation Authority. And just wanted to update you on the Placer Parkway. Years ago, when the Parkway was first contemplated, there was a lot of conversation around the Parkway being buffered, if you will, by open space. And so as the Parkway has evolved, as we've introduced the Placer, there lingered some confusion as the issue of the maintenance of a buffer around the ultimate Parkway alignment. In the Tier 1 analysis, we looked at the 1,000-foot corridor further to the east, narrowing down to a 500 corridor to the west, and within that corridor of Alternative 5, ultimately 50 feet. And as projects are moving forward, and I'm speaking specifically to the project known as Brookfield and Roseville, as projects are moving forward, though, questions are coming up. Okay, are we going to have to maintain the 500 feet, or can we actually pick a real alignment of the 360 that will be necessary for the road right-of-way, for safe shoulders and all the rest, and then utilize the remaining 140 feet along that width? And so we had some conversation at PCTPA and at Sparta, really in recognition amongst the jurisdictions that are most impacted by the Parkway, Rockland and Lincoln, Roseville, and the county, really in recognition of the fact that a lot has changed since the first conversations about keeping a quote-unquote open space buffer around the Parkway, that not only have specific plans been adopted and the Lincoln's new general plan been adopted, but we have moved forward aggressively with the Placer County Conservation Plan. We've identified it as a covered project. And really, we use the Parkway for a great extent of the Parkway. We use the Parkway as the buffer, if you will, between the developable area and what will be permanent open space and conservation. And so in that context, what we've decided at PCTPA, and we're moving forward with at Sparta as well, is that Tier 2 analysis, whether done by projects specifically as they come in, or by us as Placer County taking lead for Sparta right now, will assign ourselves just to that corridor that's necessary, and that the remainder of the property within the 500-foot corridor that had previously been identified will be available for other land uses, as opposed to a buffer really which has no value either environmentally or for any other purposes. So since it wasn't a stated policy, but it was kind of the intent early on to get the agencies on board to buy off on the parkway. Since it is a modification to conversations that had previously taken place at the PCTPA level, I just wanted to update the board that that's the direction the PCTPA is choosing to go. Don't know if Supervisor Holmes has anything he'd like to add with that.
No, I think you addressed that very adequately.
Thank you.
Was there any thought given to having volunteers maintain the right-of-way, the buffer, the landscaping?
No, what we're not really talking about a landscape buffer here, Supervisor. We do have a landscape meeting in Granite Bay, though I'm happy to chat with you about in that regard. We'd be happy to pick that up.
Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. Supervisor Duran?
Yes, reporting on the Sacramento Area Council of Governments. I serve as an alternate to Supervisor Holmes on this committee. Not a whole lot going on there this past meeting action-wise, but we did have a fairly in-depth, rich discussion about responsibilities and land use decisions. And many of you might recall that recently we had some issues with RENA, which is the legislation that requires that we have 30 acres per unit for affordable housing. And for our types of the developments that we do and some of the land use decisions that we have, it makes it very difficult for us to meet that standard. And the discussion focused on the possibility of getting the governor's office to recognize that we, and when I mean we, individual jurisdictions are the best folks to implement those types of plans and those types of decisions, and kind of know what's best for us. So there wasn't any decision making on that. It was a fairly rich, in-depth discussion, and that's something that I think we can develop further, because really similar to what we're doing and the responsibilities that we receive with realignment, that coming back to us, it does make sense when we're starting to do a lot of different things, looking at different ways to operate government, that we make those decisions. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Duran. Nothing from the other end here. Very briefly, I actually just wanted to give a heads up, an advanced committee report, which is Larry Sevison, who, as you know, is the appointee to the TRPA Governing Board, will not be there for the March meeting. It will be an update on the regional plan and some other sort of administrative, almost housekeeping pieces at the TRPA. It is intended to be a 2-day meeting, and I will be, as the alternate, attending that meeting. So that will be in South Lake Tahoe. Seeing no other Supervisors Committee reports, we will move to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. All items will be approved by a single roll call vote. Anyone, member of the audience or the board, may ask to address consent items prior to the board taking action, and that item may be moved for discussion. Is there anyone who would like anything moved from the consent agenda? Anyone in the audience? All right, seeing none.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Roll call.
Duran? Yes. Wygant? Yes. Holmes? Yes. Euler? Montgomery?
Yes. All right, we will move to our first departmental item. This is item 6A of the board packet, 2012 legislative platform. Allison Carlos presenting. This will be a request by Supervisor Euler to amend the 2012 Placer County legislative platform.
Executive Office. I'll introduce this item. Also with me today are Ann Craig, Mark Rathie, and Therese Leonard, Mary Ellen Peters. to, as we collectively have worked on this. Essentially, this item would amend the legislative platform of 2012 to incorporate a proposal such that the county would be able to actually consider looking at a soft close of our defined benefits pension plan through CalPERS. And effectually, that would only apply to exclude new hires. What we have looked at is we've considered all of the government code sections that apply to this issue. And the findings, not only of staff, but also of outside counsel, is that we would need to have a change to the government code in order to, in any way, shape, or form, pull out of CalPERS even for the new employees as a soft close. Now, just to be clear, the context is not that if your board were to approve this proposal and that it would be effected, that would automatically mean that Placer County would be implementing that soft close for new employees of the defined benefit plan. What it would allow for is for your county to do the analysis, have the discussions with all interested parties, and then make a decision as a board that you would implement it. But currently, government code would not provide for us even to implement it should you want to. So with that, we'd be happy to take any questions. The specific language for the proposal is in your board report, and I'm happy to read that into the record if you would desire me to do so.
If you wouldn't mind reading that into the record.
I sure will. The proposal would state that we would support or sponsor legislation and policy as may be required to allow Placer County to discontinue enrollment of new employees to the California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, to create a soft freeze on the retirement plan, thereby allowing existing employees to continue to accrue service credit and pension benefits within the current CalPERS retirement system. Legislation may also be needed to allow public agencies to amend their CalPERS contract to reduce or eliminate retirement benefits sooner than the current 3-year requirement. Finally, there may be additional changes needed under Public Employees Hospital and Medical Care Act to allow new hires in the CalPERS retirement plan to have access to the same medical plans as current employees.
Thank you. Supervisor Euler. I'm sorry? Oh.
To allow new hires in the CalPERS. What you meant to say was to allow new hires
Not in the CalPERS retirement. Let me read that sentence again. Finally, last sentence, there may be additional changes needed under the Public Employees Hospital and Medical Care Act to allow new hires not in the CalPERS retirement plan to have access to the same medical plans as current employees. Forgive me for that.
Thank you for the clarification. Supervisor Euler.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to begin the conversation on this item really by addressing what this request is not, because there were several questions that were asked after the last board meeting where I raised this item as staff went off to try to figure out how they were going to bring it back. What this is not is this is not an attempt to extricate Placer County and its current workforce from CalPERS. This is not an attempt to deny anybody currently vested in PERS anything other than what this board has repeatedly promised to them by way of what they can anticipate in the future under the CalPERS defined benefit program. This is not asking the board today that should legislation be passed that enabled local governments to make a decision as to what to do in the future with new hires. This is not asking the board today to make a decision that we were going to move forward in that fashion. What this is simply a recognition that defined benefit programs, as they have grown up over the years, have become the single largest encumbrance on not only current operations of local governments, but on future taxpayers in local jurisdictions. And that as established by state law, local governments, agencies of the state, such as Placer County, once invested in the CalPERS program, really don't have an option. Yes, we could get out of CalPERS if we so chose, but number one, it would not be in keeping faith with our employees that are currently working for the county and adequately living up to the promises that we've made. And number two, it would require a really big check up front in order for that to happen, somewhere in the neighborhood of $400 million. I don't see that lying around anywhere. I looked. So really all I'm asking the board today is that for the benefit of Placer County, the cities within Placer County, the 58 to 57 other counties in California, and the over 500 other cities, and then recognizing that there are a number of special districts, water districts, sewer districts that are also in CalPERS, that we give them a tool for managing future budget obligations, and that tool would simply say that if at some point in the future any local government that's currently in CalPERS decided that they wanted to make a change and move away from promising their new hires a defined benefit program and rather switch to a defined contribution program, 401k style program, what have you, that travels with the employee, whether they're in government service or private sector practice, that local government would have that ability at some point in the future to be able to make that decision if that particular board council at the time deemed that it was in that entity's best interest. And so that's all I'm looking for today is support within our legislative platform that we local governments be given the ability to actually make the decision that we believe is in our best long-term fiscal interest. And I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, I think I've made it fairly clear that I do agree that pensions and benefits are an issue. But while I can get around and get my head around what we're trying to do here, I would like to see, in addition to the language that we have, well, let me ask a couple questions. Allison, has this been vetted by the public at all?
My chair was making a little noise. I didn't hear your last word.
Has this been vetted by the public at all?
Not at all.
Okay, what about PPEO and DSA?
No, I think the concept here would be that this would enable us to advocate for legislative change, and then the decision for whether or not the county would engage in it would come thereon.
And I understand that, but I think, for me at least, I think as much sunlight on this as possible it would be a criteria for me. And also, any time that we ask the legislature to do something, let's say in a perfect world, the legislature is going to want to know what the consequences are and what the proposed plan is going to be. I would like to see some type of principles developed that would kind of give us the upper hand, in hypothetically, if this were to happen, some type of guidelines. Doesn't have to be language, but I would like to see some type of guiding principles of what type of a benefit we would replace the current plans that we have right now. And I think, if we can get to that point, then that's something that I think that I could seriously consider. But we really have to have that input in order to get to that point. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Duran. Supervisor Wygant?
Offering up some reaction to both of those comments. One, I'm supportive inherently of the idea. I don't have any objection to having it vetted more strategically. I guess where I'm coming from on this, which I think is similar to Kirk's thought process, but Kirk can describe his own thought process far better than me, is that my observation of the state legislature and the governors that we've had since really financially the state's position has been weakening at least over 8 years, perhaps 10, is that they're incredibly slow to really react to where we should be headed for the future. They've, in my opinion, been completely kicking their budgetary issues down the road to the extent that it gets so extreme that they destroy the great work that's been done with our redevelopment agencies. It's astounding to me. Clearly, as Kirk referred to, whereas I'm a strong supporter of having both retirement and medical benefits, not only for the employee but for their families, the system that we currently have is a huge cost driver to the cost of government in the state of California. And somehow or some way we need to react to that. So with that, I'm very comfortable having it vetted more, Jack. I don't have any problem with that. Strategically, I wanted to be clear as to where I'm coming from, however, and if there's some method by which we can take this out a little bit, and particularly as it relates to what would we replace it with, I share your concerns. I absolutely think that we always want to have a system here, as long as it's affordable, for sure, to have good medical and retirement for families that connect to our employees. But the strategy, I think, is the kind of thing that we can do at the local government level that might finally get the state to really think about what they're doing and what they've done financially, so that we don't end up continuing to move more towards a Greece type of financial model as compared to what this great state used to be.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes?
If I understand this correctly, it's simply a proposal to add it to our legislative platform. So that doesn't mean the legislature, in their great wisdom, will even take this up or into consideration. I understand Supervisor Duran's concerns, but I think the discussion, if this moves forward and then it comes back and indeed becomes law, and it comes back to us for discussion, that's the time to have the detailed discussions about how we implement this and what the benefits are. So I'd be in support of it.
Supervisor Wygant, your light's still on. Thank you. Allison, I did have a couple of just quick questions for a little bit of clarity on this. You said this would require government code change. I assume you're talking about state government code change, not here at the county level.
Correct.
Okay. And having done these sorts of things in the past, trying to move forward pieces of our legislative platform, I'm going to ask you to speculate on what you think our chances would be on this, because I agree with both supervisors here at the right end of the dais that we do need to do something in terms of legislative reform. My concern is how much effort are we going to put into something if we don't feel that it actually has a legitimate chance for success?
Right. I think what we would be looking forward to is that there probably will be some concern to the extent that a county has a specific plan put in place or proposed. What we've seen in Marin County is that one of the legislators who was thinking of taking something forward like this did not have Marin County specifics put together yet. So I don't know, beyond some questions that may come up to specifics that we have seen occur in other jurisdictions, what this still may benefit the process. In other words, if there's enough voices articulating the same thing, then why wouldn't there be some ear to it eventually? But I don't have a sense that, and I've looked into it, I've had our advocate look into it, other jurisdictions that are specifically moving things forward like this, and they are far and few in between. The one we did see, there was some interest in specifics. But with that said, the level of effort will be that which your board defines for staff. So if it's your interest to proceed, clearly our effort will be commensurate with what you would ask us to do. And if this is a first step, it certainly does make a point.
Okay, and I guess what really had me ask that question was one of the paragraphs on page 211 of our board packet talks about Government Code Section 20502, which permits an agency to exclude new non-safety hires. But it then goes on to talk about what would be involved in actually making that happen, just work that we would have to do additionally on our end. And the clarity I need to understand, and I guess it really relates to Supervisor Duran's question on, do we have a vision, any more detail on what would replace this, is this, the comment in here that based on the definition within 20502, that it may be difficult to exclude all miscellaneous employees as one group. Rather, the county may have to separate the miscellaneous employees into multiple groups based on job similarities. Is that something we would need to do before taking this to the legislature, or is that something that would have to occur after?
I envision that's something we would pursue to modify. And I'll also ask my colleagues, I think they might agree with me on that point, but if they don't, they should stand up right now. I think that was we would seek to modify. The other thing I did want to say, staff did uncover a document that CalPERS had drafted last year that would suggest they have been thinking about this concept of a soft freeze, soft close. So it's not a new concept, and it certainly has been bantered. Which would not affect new hires. So I guess there is a lot of information that seems to be coming out of even CalPERS in this regard. So to answer your point specifically, I think we would be looking at, obviously, with the new SB 1176 from Huff, who was the same legislator who was involved with Marin, we would be looking at, okay, is there anything he would want to do in that new SB 1176 that came out on February 22nd, which is a complete restatement of the governor's 12-point pension plan? Mm-hmm. I doubt they're going to do anything in that bill, but perhaps if there is any opportunity there with that, amending that. The other thing we would be able to do is actually go to committee on pensions and start to articulate some of the interest if this proposal is of true interest for you, which again gets the message out there of concern out of Placer County. So there are a couple things we've talked about that are specific steps that we would take if you did proceed. And of course you would be able to direct how we do that.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, a couple things. First of all, if I recall correctly, the legislative platform that we adopted for 2012 had 20-some-odd items at the state level. Is that right? There was something like 20.
I think it was almost 30, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, 20-some-odd.
And so to Supervisor Duran's question about this particular item, what public vetting it had been given and all the rest, I don't recall us going through a process on any of those other 20-some-odd items where we specifically put each item out for public input, public vetting, ran it past our public employees organizations or anything like that. We simply had an item on our agenda in January that said, here are 20-some-odd items that we think that it's appropriate for the county to voice our opinion on in one way or another, and we'd like your board's approval to go and voice our opinion, using our lobbyists that we pay under contract on an annual basis to get this message out. And so to Supervisor Montgomery's question about, the time and expense and effort going into something if we're just tilting at windmills, our lobbyists are paid under contract on an annualized basis anyway. It's the language as presented here is all I'm saying is whether it's any of the assembly members that represent any part of Placer County or senators that represent part of Placer County or any member of the legislature that might be interested in picking up this issue, we're simply seeking support in the legislature for something like this. I'm not saying that we dedicate full-time staff to making it happen. Just put it on the platform with our 20-some other items that Placer County is on record as saying we believe local governments throughout California, as we look not to our 2012-13 budget, which is all anybody in the legislature is focused on, but as we look decades down the road as to the long-term economic viability of this county, other counties, other local jurisdictions, we simply would like to have tools in place to be able to affect our local governance. And right now, the single biggest impediment to that is the state law that prohibits us from doing anything else for our future employees in terms of compensation. And so, you know, in terms of what's being asked for here, I think it's fairly simple and fairly straightforward. Simply saying, we in Placer County think local governments need more flexibility for planning. Hope that answers any questions. And with that, I'm going to make a motion that we approve adding this to our legislative platform.
Any discussion before we take this vote? Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, I just kind of want to respond to Kirk's thoughts here. And I do respect him, Kirk, very much. But, you know, when we're talking about a big issue like pensions and benefits, that is a huge issue. And in order for us to move, and, you know, when I roll, I like to make sure that we've got a lot of folks behind us, all right? Because this is a big issue. And I think that because it is so large and so important to what we do, that the more input, the better. And I've been quite clear that I think that for me, in order to support it, I've kind of outlined what I needed. So, thank you.
And just before we vote, I think there would certainly be an opportunity in the future to have staff come back and start those discussions about what would our vision be for this rollout. Because clearly, if it gets to the legislature and there's someone who's willing to carry it forward, it's going to be probably quite a while before anything actually happens on it, which would then give us the opportunity to have that exact discussion that you're looking for. Any other comments before we go to the vote?
Just
Supervisor
quickly,
White?
that I would encourage us to do exactly what you just said.
Okay. And I think that would also be the appropriate time to have those sort of more public discussions as well, because it would very clearly be a public discussion with this board. Ann?
Holmes?
Did you call my name? I didn't know whether you
Oh. Duran?
No.
Wygant? Euler? Montgomery?
Yes. All right. At this time, we will move forward to item 6B, approving the minutes of January 24th, 2012. Supervisor Duran was absent. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Item 7A, county budget. We will receive an update on the county budget and financial status for purposes of the fiscal year 2012-13 budget development and provide direction as appropriate. Graham Knaus presenting.
Good morning.
Good morning. Cookies and cake?
Perhaps not so much, but we'll work through it. Graham Knaus, Finance and Budget Operations Manager. I'll be very brief this morning and go through where we're at relative to the 12-13 budget. Specifically talk about what we received back from departments in terms of where we're at. Take a look at some of the big picture challenges facing us relative to 12-13 and beyond, and then look ahead in terms of next steps. So our 12-13 budget, back when we last spoke in December, we estimated about a $5.1 million deficit between the general fund and the public safety fund. At the moment, we have a revised deficit that is down to $1.2 million. There are a number of caveats to that we're going to talk about in just a moment. On the general fund side, it has come down from $2.3 million back in December to $1.2 million. There are some available adjustments related to that. On the public safety side, we have higher levels of confidence and greater history now related to public safety sales tax performance in the current year, which lead to some positive projections related to that going into 12-13. Our budget does assume a additional 1% drop in the property tax, 3% tick up relative to sales tax. We also have higher benefit costs relative to PERS, which would go up about 1%. And just a note related to that, PERS actually could be worse based upon the investment return performance over the last year, which was a little over 1% compared to the average rate of return that was assumed at 7.6. So that could have some implication at some point. We also have a 9.5% estimated increase in health insurance that would take effect midway through the year. We do fund the capital facilities financing plan at $4.5 million per your board's July 2011 action. And on the whole framework, this budget is built upon the existing policies, such as the budget and financial policy and the OPEB policy. And to the extent those are under evaluation, to the extent that there are changes that ultimately are approved by your board relative to those, they could have an impact relative to what the full scope of the budget is for 12-13 and beyond. So relative to the general fund, based upon what has been submitted back to departments, and at the moment we're in basically analysis fever. We're going through all of the requests relative to the base and supplementals that have been submitted by departments, making sure that we understand what the implications are, revenue assumptions, and so there will certainly be changes in these numbers related to the general fund and some of the other funds as well as we progress through budget development. So in the general fund, that $1.2 million deficit is after 36 positions have been defunded in order for departments to balance. There are 4 to 10 positions that could be at risk with at least some available mitigations to offset those and some services impacts continuing as has been the case relative to absorbing impacts over the past several years. Supplemental requests in the general fund would total about $5 million in terms of an impact on the county. Overall supplemental requests, if you look at them broken down by fund, public safety I'll talk about separately in just a moment. The general fund, you can see at the top there, and then the capital projects fund, which has some additional deferred maintenance needs that are incorporated in as a supplemental request this year, and other funds, primarily the library, included in that would necessitate a general fund impact to the extent that your board approved those. On the whole, the supplemental requests are fit into the camp of deferred maintenance needs and restoring positions and services that were defunded in order to balance the initial base budget. On the public safety fund side, there are 20 new positions compared to where we ended in the final budget of 11-12. Those are the same positions that your board has already approved mid this year relative to AB 109 and the COPS grant in the Sheriff's Department. There are about $11.5 million in supplemental requests in the public safety fund area. That includes $3 million in change in probation. Once we back out the juvenile detention facility wing proposal, there's a $420,000 request relative to probation, about $500,000 in the district attorney's budget relative to supplemental requests, and $7.5 million in the Sheriff's Department prior to talking about the South Placer Adult Correctional Facility, which I'll do in just a minute. Relative to those sheriff supplemental requests, they generally fit into two different categories. There's $4.5 million related to 23 new positions there, and in addition to that, there are services and supplies and equipment related costs that are being requested of $3.1 million. You can see here public safety as a whole, the base budget. Back in December, there was a $2.8 million assumed deficit as a starting point because of that higher public safety sales tax. That's assumed to be addressed prior to entertaining the supplemental requests and also the South Placer Adult Correctional Facility requests, which are shown in here as well. Big picture challenges. First, related to the South Placer jail request, It assumes an April 2014 open date. In order to get there, we've got to back up about 18 months relative to getting equipment and furniture, hiring, training, and all that in order to be operational. For 12-13, the request is $16 million, which includes 42 new hires. And a quick pause there related to pension reform, in that to the extent that there's a pension reform that's moving forward, there's at least one in the legislature that the governor and the Republicans are supporting, that would take effect July 2013. To the extent that that would change the cost to on a long-term basis, initial on a long-term basis, related to bringing on significant amounts of new employees within the county, and we're within a few months of that relative to the request, there may be some merit in combining those, aligning basically the timeline consistent with pension reform to the extent that that ultimately rolls out.
Madam Chair, I have a question on the Southwestern Adult Correctional Facility.
Yes.
We're going to have to furnish that facility, and I think the estimates are between $7 and $9 million. Is that included in your proposal?
There are, in the request, there's $16 million in startup costs, which include those things that you're referring to, in 12-13. Some of that is related to hiring. And in 13-14, there is a total of $31 million as part of the request. Now, that includes a half year of operations. Mm-hmm. But in addition to that half year of operations, there are additional one-time related costs, the startup costs that you're referring to. So the number that was initially estimated back in December has grown as folks have worked through what the details are and the implications of what all the one-time costs and needs would be related to the facility.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm a little confused here.
Okay.
Did the bid for the South Placer facility that include FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment?
You mean in terms of the capital project related to the facility?
Exactly. So, when we're talking about equipment, what type of equipment are you talking about?
This would be more along the lines of the beds and the other things in order.
So we're not talking about the freezers and all the
That's
other
correct.
things that we know. Okay.
That's right.
I just wanted to make sure.
That's right.
I was under the impression that, that you were saying now that we've got, so there is some basic FF&E there, and then we're just talking these other types of things that we need to actually operate the facility.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. In addition to that challenge, there are outstanding sewer loans related to Applegate of $5.9 million and SMD 3 that are still on the books. There's the deferred maintenance needs that I mentioned, that $3.1 million request there. Other priorities that have been largely put on hold within the economic downturn, including road overlay, contributions to open space, and the Placer County Conservation Plan, potential state reductions, which really are not factored into the budget numbers that I just went through, and whether the state has a $9 billion deficit or now what folks are talking about in terms of 13, whatever that number is, there could be some impacts to the county that we would ultimately fold into our budget as we work through the process. And in some of the other areas, your board has had discussions about fire, particularly the special districts and the challenges that they face. In the library area, there have been ongoing reductions related to the dedicated property tax, elimination now of all the state revenues related to that, and the reserves are diminishing in that area, creating a pretty significant challenge related to aligning ongoing services to the revenues. So combined as a whole here, you can just see what the numbers are related to where we're at now, general fund with that $1.2 million and the supplemental requests in the public safety area, the supplemental request and the jail request that I referenced. So next steps. One, we're not requesting any formal action of your board today. We would proceed to package the budget as an initial starting point based upon existing policies, We'll come back next month for your board's formal direction. To the extent that that includes changes in any of the policies, budget and financial, OPEB, or otherwise, those will be incorporated in at that point. And we would seek then your board's direction on these and any other issues that may be relevant for the 12-13 budget. And with that, I will stop and ask you if you have any questions or comments.
Supervisor Wygant.
Graham, just one question. This morning, I heard fleetingly that the governor's revenue expectations appear to be falling significantly short of what he predicted. Has that been taken into consideration, or is that new information, or just a continuum of?
There's a battle between the governor and the legislative analyst office on revenues, and it specifically relates to capital gains. And the gap is in the neighborhood of $6.5 billion. It's going to be the most significant issue related to the state budget in terms of a difference on the projections. And it's not currently reflected in anything the state is doing, nor is it reflected in anything that we've put together here locally in terms of state impacts.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Graham, just briefly, you're asking for questions or comments here, but I'd just like to encourage CEO staff to continue working with the various public safety departments, looking at this admittedly kind of rough range here. We're looking at anywhere between a request at $138.7 million to about $166 million if all the supplemental requests, including South Plaza, were approved. Obviously, that's a pretty wide range, and there's a number of ways to get to an outcome that will work for all of us. So I would just encourage staff to continue working with our public safety partners on options to identify how we fund what is necessary to fund over the coming year. Clearly, we could get to $166 million and take care of all these supplemental requests, but it would obviously be at the expense of other departments and other needs. So we need to just continue working to identify what our options are that we can all agree upon. So that would be my only comments on this.
Most certainly.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, item 7B, North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. We're being asked to provide direction to the County Executive Office staff regarding the request for a proposed expenditure of up to $2.6 million toward the Tahoe City PUD's purchase of the Tahoe City Golf Course, including development of financing options. Linda Oakman will be presenting.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Linda Oakman with the County Executive Office. I'm just going to briefly present the staff report. Then we have representatives from the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association and from Tahoe City PUD that can provide more detail. The request today is for direction regarding NLTRA's request to contribute $2.6 million towards the purchase of the Tahoe City Golf Course from Tahoe TOT infrastructure funds, and to discuss with NLTRA regarding have discussions regarding funding options. The golf course is the largest privately held land holding in Tahoe City and is comprised of 5 parcels totaling 45 acres. It provides an open space buffer along the downtown commercial core. And the value to the community and public ownership is the potential to develop it in a way to maintain open space, improve water quality and filtration, expand winter recreation opportunities, and bring a bit additional business to Lake Tahoe, among others. The county's specific interest would be to maintain the open space, to improve water quality, improve parking and traffic flow, and provide additional options for emergency services. The golf course property is currently in escrow with TCPUD as the purchaser. They are currently negotiating a final sales price since the appraisal of the real property came in lower than the $5 million original price. The purchase is not just the real property that was appraised, but is also the operating assets of the golf course. So that's why it would the purchase price will be above 3.5 million, which was the appraisal. The development plans will take up to 5 years to have approved and move through the processes that we have to move through. And in the short term, the golf course would continue to operate. The funding could be is something that we need to discuss. There is currently $9 million in Tahoe TOT infrastructure funds available, but most of that $9 million is already committed to projects that have been approved or are a high priority for the board. And therefore, the $2.6 million, our suggestion is that there are other ways to find it. We could probably use TOT funds, but we would need to probably find provide an advance and which could be repaid from future TOT funding. So given that, the staff is seeking direction to, number one, to see if you approve the $2.6 million contribution to the purchase of the golf course, and to approve pursuing funding options with NLTRA. And before I turn it over to provide more detail, are there any questions of me?
We've passed our quota.
I don't have any questions, but I want to thank you and just mention that Jennifer Merchant was intended to present this item. For anyone who doesn't know, she did have a fairly serious skiing accident a couple of weeks ago, and she's unable to be here today. She's okay. Her blew out her left knee pretty badly, but she's unable to be here today. And thank you very much for stepping in. I know it's always exciting to take on a project that you haven't necessarily got the complete background on.
Okay.
What I would suggest, if the board will bear with me, is if you have very specific questions for Linda, we can take those now. But what I'd like to do is move quickly on to the Resort Association and to the PUD, and then some of our questions may be answered. But let's start with Kirk.
No, actually, I was just looking forward to an explanation as to what it is we're hoping to accomplish with this. So,
Okay.
I'm sure
Okay.
the Resort Association, the PUD, will get to that.
Okay, Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, specific questions with regards to the appraisal of the piece of property and the price, the appraisal price.
Okay. The appraisal price was $3.5 million, and it was based on the highest use of the property, and that was appraising it, considering development of 5 high-end residential homes.
Okay,
on
so
the
the base appraisal price was 3.5. How do we get to the 4.8? What goes
And
in?
I will defer
Is that coming?
to,
Is that,
yes.
is that a coming attraction? Then let's get to it.
Yes, yes.
All right. I don't see any other questions, so let's move forward. Will it PUD or Resort Association be going first? All right, Sandy.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Sandy Evans Hall, CEO of the North Lake Tahoe Chamber CVB and Resort Association. I will not address the appraisal price, but Cindy, when she comes up to talk for the PUD, will answer any questions that you have regarding that. But I'm here to talk to you about what our board has deliberated on over the last couple of months and really why they want to be involved in this acquisition. I did send to all of you a short paper, so I won't read the whole thing, but the key elements, the key reasons why we want to be involved, first of all, is provide a potential site for a development of a high-quality lodging project or visitor amenity, depending on what the community is willing to do, that will really attract and create vitality in the Tahoe City area. As many of you are aware, a lot of the visitation, even in the Tahoe City area, has been moving towards the Squaw Valley, North Star villages, because we lack a really strong commercial core area along the lake shore. Even with the beauty of the lake and the natural environment, it's been tough to retain any kind of vitality there. We also want to look to improve the parking and circulation in the downtown area. I think this property, as you can see, as it abuts the back end of the existing commercial core area right now, would allow us to explore the possibility of creating additional parking shopping that might be connected through the back of the core area, allowing for less access points on the front side at 28, allowing for better circulation of the traffic going through the town, and creating more of a pedestrian-friendly environment within the shopping area. This is going to happen over a lot of years. It's not going to happen immediately as existing properties may become available over time. We want to have a master plan of what that might look like. We also want to take a look at improving the core commercial area by being able to provide water quality and air quality enhancement assets. And right now, what TRPA is looking at within their regional plan update is the ability to maybe aggregate some of those assets. And those might be able to be accomplished through the golf course property with wetlands and air quality. Some of the things that we may be able to provide to private investors or business owners that would like to redevelop their existing property. So that's something that we're looking at. And then finally, we do believe in the recreation amenities of the community as being a draw to the area. Golf is certainly one of those, and we're glad that it's going to remain a golf course during at least this interim planning time. But we also look at winter recreation, and what could we be putting there that might also draw people from the existing ski areas into the lake area to explore that. So we'll be looking at ice skating, we'll be looking at sledding, we may be looking at snowshoe tours, all different kinds of things that we might be able to do with that property and open it up to public access in the wintertime. So those are the key things that we're involved in this for. We have hosted two what we call coffee chats or breakfast chats, lunch chats, and we've visited with approximately 100 people from the Tahoe City area in those two meetings. And I would say, the majority feel, other than questions about what we're doing, was really to say they were in support of this, that looking at this possibility makes a lot of sense right now, and we would definitely be moving into a visioning process within the next 3 months. We'd be looking at within the first year of establishing some measurable goals and outcomes, and we'd be looking at within 5 years, if we're not meeting that, to pull our money back out of this property. So those are things that we're addressing within an MOU at this present time. We're also looking at an Oversight Committee that would be made up of representation, 3 from the NLTRA, 2 from the PUD, 1 from the Tahoe Truckee Airport District, and 1 from the county. So such an oversight committee would meet annually, would be looking at the goals, again, not really wanting to hold on to this property forever, but really to achieve the goals that we have set down. So we have looked at the funding piece, and I understand that that's a concern, that as we move forward, we're not going to be running out of money. We generally have, over the last 4 years at least, had an average of about $4 million sitting in the reserves in the bank account. We believe that a lot of the projects that are projected or committed are not going to move forward in the near future, maybe 2, 3, 4 years down the road. And so we certainly would want to work with your interim CEO and your future CEO as we move forward to identify if we ever are going to be addressing any kind of cash flow shortage, that we find a mechanism that would allow us to borrow possibly from your reserves with a payback from TOT. So we do see that the future of the Kings Beach core commercial area is very important. We want to be involved in making sure that that is completed. I have penciled in a potential additional $3 million, and that's in addition to $4.25 that we've already put towards the project, of which 2 have not been used yet. $2 million are still sitting in the bank account. So we understand that those are a very, very high priority piece of what we want to do over the next 5 years, working with you as those funds are needed. So again, if we are going to be running into any kind of cash flow shortage, then we would want to be able to work with you. But I don't believe that that's going to happen at this present point. Any questions for me?
I see none right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Cindy. Judy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Chair,
Would you identify
Supervisors.
yourself for the record?
I will. My name is Judy Friedman. I'm president of the Tahoe City PUD Board. I'm also a business owner and a property owner in Tahoe City, and I'm here this morning to ask your support for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the citizens of North Lake Tahoe to control this huge piece of property in our community. As Sandy has mentioned and Cindy will explain, public ownership of this property will allow our community to plan for multiple needs over the coming years and to work in conjunction with the quickly changing planning environment in our community. Supervisor Montgomery referred to page 211 previously. I think the first 210 pages may have been letters of support for this project. I'm here to deliver about another dozen. If you haven't had a chance to read them all, you'll note they are from business owners and property owners, many of them abutting the property that's in question. And as you read them, you'll see that the most prominent words in these letters are opportunity and investment, because we believe this is an opportunity for our community and an investment in the future of North Lake Tahoe. I will say that time is of the essence on this. We can't defer this decision because we might not have an opportunity like this again. The property is for sale now. Things are moving quickly, and of course, we'd like to be ready for the coming operating season. I appreciate your consideration of this request, and on behalf of our community, I'm asking for your support for public ownership of 45 acres of land in the middle of Tahoe City. Thank you, and I'm going to defer questions to Cindy Gustafson, our general manager.
Thank you, Judy.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Cindy Gustafson, General Manager of Tahoe City Public Utility District. I'm happy to answer questions. I could specifically speak to the appraisal if you'd like right now. This really is a challenging time for appraisers, and believe me, my legal counsel as well as our key staff went through this appraisal with a fine-tooth comb. It's really the lowest price in decades for this piece of property. This property was listed at $22 million not too very long ago and was in a purchase option agreement in the neighborhood of in the teens, millions of teens, teens of millions. And we do know there's backup offers. The family, when we had to present our offer to the sellers, there was a backup offer in place at that time. We've heard there's another one now in place because we've been very public in our community about the purchase price and now about the appraisal price. When you look at fair market value, you are looking at highest and best use, and right now under current zoning, okay.
I just need to know the appraisal price.
$3.5 million. Sorry.
And how do we get to 4.8?
Through negotiations with the family. They had actually listed the property at $4.5 million. We went into a competitive process with another bidder on the property and ended up closer to $5 million. We are now in negotiations with the family to try to reduce that somewhat.
That's great. That's all I needed to know.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm
I
very
can go into a
familiar-
lot more detail because...
No, all I needed to know
Yeah.
was that price. I don't have a problem paying more because, you know what? They're not making that land anymore.
Yep, that's good. Thank you. And I think the other...
I didn't mean to cut you short.
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know that I know.
Well, we
I
take it
just
very
need the
seriously
information.
because I think in the end, the county will be paying less than the appraised value. Your investment will be less than that. It will really be my board that is making a series of findings to spend more than the fair market appraisal. And we take it very seriously that we're having to justify that to our taxpayers as a very big expenditure. Any other questions I can answer other than to say there's economic benefit, recreation benefit, public health and safety benefit, and obviously environmental benefit. And we just see this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to really make a difference and address some of the economic issues in our community, vitality issues. Recreation is a key part of our business. That's what Tahoe's all about. People go there to recreate. And having another opportunity for expanded recreation, maybe continuation of the golf course, certainly in the short term and in the long term. In addition, maybe ice skating, some of the other amenities, sleigh rides, things that you see that families want to do. We look at expanded winter and summer recreational opportunities here. So whole variety of things that can be met with this property, and I know you're on a time crunch. So,
Thank you, Cindy. Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, a couple questions. It was referenced earlier that you're looking at possibly a lodging project, a high-quality lodging project for this property. I'm hoping you could speak to that a little bit and let us know what you would anticipate the challenges would be to developing that out, what rights are attendant with the property that make you think that that kind of a project is feasible. So let's start with that, and then I have a couple others.
Okay. Okay, there's a lot of questions in there. Right now, we've seen there's about 4 to 6 acres that could potentially be developed. The remainder of the entire golf course is really stream environment zone, which would pretty much be off limits to development. The golf course property has remained, due to the family's request, out of the community plan in the past. So right now, because we're kind of in this perfect storm of the community planning process, a visioning process for Tahoe City, and the regional plan update, we anticipate it's going to take at least the next 2 to 3 years to have the visioning process done as soon as possible to inform the community planning process, to be able to put this parcel into the community plan, which would then be a recommendation from Placer County to the regional plan update to add that in. So in order for that parcel, which right now the parcel is zoned as a special use, and as TRPA defines that, it could include nightly lodging. But without it being in the community plan, as I understand, we're not able to actually have the entitlements to allow for TAUs to come onto that. So we would have to get that parcel included in the community plan. That would be the first piece. And we'd need to have the community behind us to be able to do that. But we've been assured by Joanne Marchetta, with TRPA, that if we can do that, that TRPA is willing to look at involving that. So that's why we think about 3 to 4 years maybe it will take before we can actually have the entitlements that would allow for a development to take place on that 4 to 6 acres.
Now, the 4 to 6 acres, which you reference, looking at the course itself, it's about topside center, north side center, is that
right? It's that kind of little bald portion right there in the closer to the left-hand side of the property.
Oh, is it over further to the left? So I thought it was kind of top center. Okay.
And there's the trees in that bald section there.
Okay, and then the in regard to the opportunities on the south side of the property there, adjacent to the existing commercial, obviously some challenges with the terrain there and a bit of a drop-off, but you mentioned parking for the commercial area. Parking, of course, always an issue in Tahoe City. However, as big an issue, I think, is the...
Looking at this area right here would be potential.
Okay. Are we looking, though, as well at being able to navigate all the way behind the businesses along the back?
Well, in so much as these parking lots could kind of connect to one another. Right now, we've got physical barriers with existing buildings, so it's not something that would create an actual, road back here. But I think eventually we could, with some visioning, take a look at connecting parking areas so that somebody could travel and do deliveries and all of those things could take place from the backside.
What my bigger concern is, the parking's always an issue, but we know that the delivery situation creates all kinds of problems.
Right now, you're parking in the middle of the median strip out on 28, right?
Exactly. Okay. What, and you've just described the process of having to entitle the property through the community plan update and all the rest, and I get that. With the exception of the part of the property that is essentially in the stream environment zone that really doesn't have any identifiable uses other than opportunities for recreation and then opportunities on top of that for serving as a filter, if you will, for the lake. Those parts of the property that are suitable for whether it's adjacent to the commercial or the lodging opportunities up on the top, is it the intent of, I guess it would be the NTPUD, is it the intent to return those parcels into private sector hands ultimately? In other words, get it out of government control and get it back into the private sector's hands ultimately, whether it's the lodging property or these other pieces?
And you're speaking of the properties the property right behind the existing commercial core?
On the commercial as well as the lodging piece that's been identified.
Yeah, on the lodging piece, I think that's definitely the model. And whether or not we have a private investor who comes in and looks at some acreage there, and of course, we would want to work with them closely on continuing to have some recreational opportunities on the property. On the other properties, Kirk, it's a little more challenging in that the public sector is allowed to make findings to do linear public facilities through SEZs that private properties can't. So in other words, we could do the parking as the county or the PUD or some joint powers of public agencies that a commercial property owner can expand back into. Now, a couple of the property owners, Roger Kahn and a couple of the other ones, have suggested to me that we try to put together some sort of an assessment which they could pay into for benefits of that parking to help finance the construction of that parking. But the ownership might retain with a public agency so we could maximize the benefits for that area. In other words, if they went in, most of those properties are landlocked. If it was added to their property, there may be some details there that are better served by it not be adding to their property, because they would have to reduce their coverage on their and try to come closer to meeting current standards.
Okay.
Most of them are 100% covered as they are. And so TRPA, when they go in to do an expansion of their property, they're asked to reduce that coverage, and they're landlocked. So can they take benefits from the development of wetlands, restoration credits that we can provide? Just as an example, and I know it's probably boring to you, but we recently built a bike trail down in front of Safeway Shopping Center. I guess I can point it out right down here, Lakeside. This is our Phase 6. We just spent over $240,000 in mitigation for about 10,000 square feet of SEZ restoration credits. So the opportunity for people, for commercial property owners and development potential from SEZ restoration on this property is immense as well.
Right.
But the mechanism I can't speak to. Would it be better to transfer to them or to enter into some sort of an agreement where they get credit but the public owns it? And I think that's the model we were talking with Tom Miller about when Redevelopment Agency was participating.
Right.
And then, of course, our world changed in December, so we're back with you looking at more TOT and more PUD contribution to purchase this land.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Holmes.
I'm not clear whether is the golf course and the bar, if there's a bar and restaurant there as well?
Yes, there is.
Are they in operation now?
They will be shortly.
Oh, okay.
Pending your approval, very shortly, we hope.
So
But the family intends to reopen if we don't acquire the property.
But your PUD isn't going to run it, you're going to contract out?
We're going to contract that out to the private sector.
Will there be any tenant improvements or anything that you know of?
Yes, in our lease agreement, we're looking at a 3 to 5 year lease agreement right now while the community does this planning process. And our board is actually considering a model in which they would allow rent-free to the concessionaire with agreed-upon capital improvements.
Okay.
So that's our intent. We know we're going to have to invest some money in the paving of the driveway. There's some other deferred maintenance that needs to be done, but we would hope the leasee would be able to provide some of those improvements.
Okay. Thank you.
Kirk, your light is still on. Did you have something else? Okay.
Still happy.
Cindy, I did have a question. If I recall my Tahoe City geography correctly, somewhere around the Henriksen building, there is actually a paper road that goes back off 28. Could you indicate roughly where that is?
Right here?
Okay, yeah.
It's not a paper road. It's an actual paved easement on the golf course property.
So that could potentially come off of Highway 28 right there near the Henriksen
Right.
building
Right there.
and run all the way down, say, behind Fat Cat at Grove.
Right. There's only a couple hundred feet currently missing of a potential parking lot connector. And in looking at it, I'm a golfer, but I'm not a golf course architect. But in looking at it, we do think, and we've had some advice that, yes, there can be some modifications, and a connector road could coexist with a golf course. Or long-term, the community might look at other options as well. But certainly, the parking, the county's proposed lot that you designed was going to connect and come from Grove Street all the way down to the back of Cobblestone Mall. And then you really only have the section from Cobblestone Mall over here. So it's just a behind Travel Lodge, or America's Best Value Inn, I think is the name of the property now. And the Henriksen property is only a couple hundred feet of missing connection.
Okay, because I'll tell you, frankly, that my interest in this, in terms of the county interest, is to get that additional off-street parking. We all know how difficult parking is in Tahoe City, particularly, for example, on Farmers Market Day, and to get that linear facility, otherwise known as a road, in, so we can get exactly the sort of delivery vehicles Kirk was referring to off the highway. That's just a horrible nightmare when we see that. I do have some questions for Sandy, I think some specific questions, and then we'll open it up to the public for comments after we finish with these sort of clarifying questions. And the public will have the opportunity to weigh in on this, and then it will come back to our board for additional discussion and direction. Sandy, so the biggest concern that I have on this, and I've made no secret about this, is we have a number of ongoing projects up at the lake, both in Tahoe City and in the Kings Beach and Tahoe Vista areas, that TOT is committed to, has not actually been allocated, but is committed to. And the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project has been a very high priority for our board. I think it's probably our number one priority in terms of Tahoe for this board. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but that's what I've heard in past conversations. I know it's also been a very high priority for the Resort Association.
Right.
Our board packet refers to a little bit about the finances in here and talks about the fact that there's approximately $9.1 million in TOT right now, $5 million of which is designated for capital projects, and another $4.1 million which is undesignated but tentatively earmarked for potential future projects, including but not limited to multipurpose trails, visitor center, performing arts center, wayfinding signs, waterboard transit, and other projects. I've seen the numbers that the counties put together. I've seen the numbers that the resort associations put together, and frankly, they don't meet. The county has some real concerns that the TOT estimated revenue is not going to meet the identified needs and requirements if we bring this 2.6 forward. You're convinced it will. And so I need to understand, and I'm sure the rest of this board does, how we get to those dollar figures to pay for those things that we have as a community up there prioritize.
Right, right. And I am willing to sit down, like I said, with Holly and try and see if we can come to some reconciliation. I think we may have knowledge of projects that are on that list of commitments, for instance, that we know are not going to happen within the next 3-4 years, that are being anticipated within the next year, and that is, we can probably count off about $2.5 to $3 million worth of projects that are probably being anticipated by the county to happen much quicker than we think are really going to happen. So that's where I say, if some of those commitments come to be quicker than we anticipate, then I think we may need to sit down and look at a funding mechanism that will allow us to maintain our cash flow. But if not, we're going to be fine. We'll also have revenues coming in each year. So we look at over the course of the next 5 years at having $9 million today, plus an additional $8 million if you take out the amount going to transit and the amount going to existing county projects that we pay for currently. We would still have about $17 million over the next 5 years. We've identified about $13 million in high priority projects, but those are not requested yet. They have not even been vetted in terms of the actual amounts. They're strictly projections. So some of those may or may not come to pass. Some of those may be things that we would fund. We really only have $5 million in existing commitments to date.
Okay. I also see, just kind of looking at our staff report and some other information I have about some of these potential projects moving forward. Visitor Center, Performing Arts Center, Ice Rink, Olympic Museum, those are all projects whose dollars could theoretically be allocated to this property, to a certain extent, understanding there's coverage issues there. I'm going to wait, hear from the public. Holly, I think you had some comments. Your light is on. It says Tom, but you're actually
I
Holly.
know, I look just like him.
No, you don't.
Holly Heinzen.
You're far prettier, Holly.
Holly Heinzen with the County Executive Office. And obviously, there's some differences in terms of these projections and what's committed and what is not committed and what's semi-committed, and we're certainly willing to work with the Resort Association. From the county's interest perspective, in developing a funding agreement, we would want a funding agreement that recognizes the existing economic circumstances
Correct.
and the effects that may have on infrastructure funding over the next several years. One that provides for adequate cash flow for high-priority projects, and
Right.
I think we've had this discussion, so that's not a surprise. And then an agreement that has the flexibility to address funding for our highest priority project, which at this point has been identified by the board as the Kings Beach Community Core Project as an overall infrastructure project, and that we would want to ensure that those TOT funds were available to allocate should the board so desire. And so if we could work with the Resort Association to develop a funding agreement that has mechanisms in place to address those issues, I think we're fairly comfortable with that.
I think so, too,
So-
and we're in absolute agreement with all three of those points. So I just think that we see it as being a little bit more feasible to do it now without having to borrow money, but if we need to, we certainly will.
Any more questions for the board before I open it to the public? Okay, seeing none. At this point, I'd like to open this up to the public. Please come forward, identify yourself. We will give you 3 minutes to make your comments. If you're here representing a group or an organization, we will give you 5 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mickey Daniels, and I'm from the North Shore of the Lake Tahoe, Tahoe City area. And bluntly, I'm dead set against this, 100%. And I can tell you the reasons why. The public wants the golf course left as a golf course, no doubt about it. I agree with that 100%. However, they don't feel and I don't feel that any public entity should getting into purchasing a private business. Next year, they'll want to get the rafting business. They shouldn't compete with their constituents, number one. And what's happening here is they don't have the money to purchase the golf course, so they go out and get partners. They start with the airport district. Going to put a helipad in so they can get a helicopter down for $500,000. But wait a minute, that thing lands on the fairway anytime. Over the last 50 years, they've been landing on the fairways when they need to. No problems. They don't need extra money for a helipad. But anyway, then they get back into the Resort Association. And on the Resort Association, we had a couple of conflicts. We had one member was working for the Resort Association and was the chairman of the board in the PUD. If that's not a direct conflict, I don't know what is when they're competing as a partnership in there. And then the other one is something that it's in a small community. It happens where you have the general manager married to a person on the Resort Association board. That's a conflict that I don't know how you settle that one. That's the way things go there. But when they start interacting agencies, I think it's 100% wrong. And what's happening here now is, like I say, the golf course is the heart and soul of Tahoe City, or was the heart and soul of Tahoe City. And it's changed over the last few years. Economy or whatever, it just doesn't do that anymore. The Tahoe City itself is a small community, got a lake on one side and a mountain on the other. You can't increase it. If you put a hotel in there on the golf course, you're going to create more problems than you've ever had, parking and et cetera. And what we're doing here now is the PUD is speculating with public funds. They can't do that. Our public funds were allocated from the TOT tax to the Resort Association for certain funding for the businesses up there. Now we're taking them in and we're speculating with public funds for the golf course. For 5 years, they're going to, I had coffee with the executive officer of the Resort Association, and she told me, I said, what do you get in return for your money? Well, in 5 years, we'll get it back. But we want to build a big hotel in there, which is true. And I don't understand it. The people don't want a hotel, and they definitely don't want public houses around there, private houses. They want the golf course. And they're speculating with public funds, and I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think they can do that. Because when things like that happen, it comes out with an impropriety of people looking at public agencies. There's more action behind the doors than in the public forums. And you lose confidence in your public agencies that way.
And Mickey, I do have a question, and thank you for coming all the way down here and bringing your concerns forward, because I think they're important concerns. We're always concerned about public entities and our interaction with private individuals and businesses. Would you support the golf course being sold to either of these other two backup offers?
Well, I don't know what the backup offers are, number one. And number two, a public agency can do things faster than a private. The private's got a lot of hoops to go through, and it's more time to consider things. But the public agency is going to go through them pretty quick. And then they can do what they want with it. They can speculate and make money in the future. Not with public funds. Not the way our economy is going.
And I guess the reason I asked the question is because I also don't know what these backup offers are, or who they are, or what their vision is for this. But my guess is that they may have some interest in no longer having this be a golf course either, and developing it.
No one's going to purchase it unless they can make money, obviously. And there's other ways to make money. They can still, I don't know, they got to have some kind of a plan. And I don't think that we had a business plan here to start with, myself, from the PUD. I don't think we did. I think they went into the negotiations and went from there. And it's coming. They're making the business plans that go along as they can acquire the money. And it's and then we're trying to purchase something below appraisal. I read the conflict of interest things, and that's a no-no. I don't understand it.
Well, it sounded actually as if we're purchasing above the appraisal price in this case. So. And
it's I don't know how they can justify it. There's not $1 million worth of equipment there.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your comments.
Any
Appreciate
questions?
it. Any other questions from the board?
Actually, I did have a question. Who do you think would be in a better position to control the destiny of that area? The PUD and the people participating in the process, or somebody coming along and purchasing it and doing what it wants?
Well, I don't think really all the people are participating in the process.
Let's put that aside.
I know.
And what do you think?
I don't know what's the best is. I don't know the right answer.
Okay. That's fair.
It was working before until the last couple of years, see, and it just went downhill. Economy or whatever it is, it went downhill. Because the golf course used to, they had functions there, charitable things, even golf tournaments, memorial services, birthdays, everything.
But just so we're clear, the golf course, the family that owns it is a willing seller in this case, correct? I mean,
Part
we're not using...
Part of them are willing sellers.
Part of them, okay. Oh, I've heard that before. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mickey, thank you.
Appreciate it.
It's a mess.
All right. Any other public comments on this? Please come forward.
Hi,
Marty?
my name is Martha Daniel Schoonmaker. I'm a resident of Tahoe City, California. My concern is that I have spoken with the CEO of the Resort Association, and I think the golf course is given a short-term life. I love golf. I think golf is a great community. Once it can be reestablished, it can bring money to the economy and to the rest of the businesses. However, the female, Sandy, said that their goal is to entitle the property, permit it, and then sell it. So then you're selling it to probably those people who are having the supposedly backup offers. She said JMA, Art Chapman, possibly Bruce Olson. So then it's not a golf course after 5 years. And the public really wants a golf course. And right now the public is being misled. I've been to the community coffee talks. They want a golf course long-term, not short-term. So I just want you to take that into consideration.
Thank you, Marty. Would anyone else like to address this from the public? Please come forward and identify yourself if you'd like to comment on this.
Hi, I'm Lou Rankins. I'm really part of the a director on the Tahoe City PUD board, and there are some comments I'd like to make. One, to reflect that the feelings of some of the other board members. I'm vice president of the board this year, been there a number of years. The board is fairly unanimous of taking this opportunity. We don't know the overall best interest. We're not trying to speculate. We envision a visioning process for the community to decide. We're trying to buy time to get that process done, as Sandy has talked about, and Cindy too. Some of us on the board want to continue to operate the golf course over a period of time at zero cost to the district. That's our condition for going ahead with this thing. And so I think that there is some risk involved here. This is not an area where, quite frankly, that we want to see a bunch of executive homes built in the downtown area. You're talking about your zones next to the parkway. We've got 40 or close to 40 acres right in the middle of Tahoe City we want to preserve. We're trying to figure out a way to do it, and we need to buy time for us to do it. Yes, we want to get some funding, Parkers, to do it, to protect the use of this property over the next 50 years. We might get some development done in there if that's what the community wants. I know what Sandy is saying, and we need more lodging. I'm in the lodging business myself down in Homewood, and you know what's going on there. So I've been paying into TOT funds for a number of years with my bed and breakfast. But as far as speculation, I think that's fine to use this money for this purpose, to buy some time for the public good for the next 50 to 100 years. That's what we're talking about here. We don't know for sure what's going to happen. Jennifer has addressed a number of needs to the area, and they're real. Parking is a real problem. Access is a problem. It's not easy, but we have a chunk of land here that we can use. Mickey mentioned about a helipad. There is a real need for fire protection up in that area. Why is the airport involved? A helipad should be planned. It should be able to be used year-round. You're not going to set a big helicopter down on the snowbank and slippery slope there. If we put in a helipad, we're right there, we got snow removal available, and we can keep it a year-round emergency access for care flight. And then in the summer months, you can put a heavy lift helicopter in there temporarily to assist in putting out fires like we had up on the area there several years ago. There's a definite need. The expertise up there in designing something like that is the airport district. It's not us. We're not in the business of running an airport district. So we think that that's a logical reason they use their engineering expertise and knowledge of the federal air regulations and the permitting process with the FAA and our expertise with TRPA. So it's a natural bonding that I think can take place. Now, we've had several aircraft land on that golf course over the years. A military training plane at one time, and then more recently a glider. And recently we had a glider land at Heavenly, at the South Shore. Emergency, they ran out of air, and so they had to put it down. Lives were saved. What price is that? No.
Lou, if I could ask you to wrap up, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any other public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. We are being asked for direction here. The request is to provide direction to the CEO's office regarding this proposed expenditure, including development of financing options or any other direction the board wishes to give. Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, a question in regard to the appraisal that was done. Do we have any idea, was the appraisal done as an existing business, a going concern, or was the appraisal done assuming some value attributable to development potential? Can you describe whatever we know about the appraisal and what the assumptions were that went into the appraisal?
There were two two components of the appraisal. First, they looked at the going concern, and that was the lowest value. It was
What
even
was
lower than the 3.5. I don't remember off the top of my head. I want to say about 1.3
Okay.
to sustain it as a golf course.
Right.
The 3.5 was their estimation of 5 residential estate home sites.
Okay. All right. And thank you. And the reason I asked that question, I guess going to the folks that are talking about, wanting the golf course, when you're buying a business, as this clearly is, you look at it from either the standpoint of the book value or the liquidation value. And the book value assumes that you have an income stream and you're essentially buying the future potential associated with that income stream, typically a 5 to 7 multiplier. And so it seems to me that as a golf course and operating a golf course is concerned, the book value just isn't there, which is why I asked the question about what was the appraisal based on, what was the assumption. And if you're coming in at a 1.3 appraisal on the book value of owning and operating a golf course, what that tells me is that any other seller, the golf course isn't going to be an option. They're looking at this from a liquidation value. Meaning we shutter the golf course operation, we throw up some nice ornamental features, and we sell off some estate lots. That's what I seem to think is going on here from the other folks that would be involved in this, from looking at making offers. And so it seems to me that if you are truly interested in the long-term viability of the golf course, it might make more sense to be working within the structure that's being proposed here today, as opposed to letting it fall into the hands of other folks who might be looking at it for the purpose of developing it into something clearly other than a golf course. But I mean, to my knowledge, nobody's going to go and spend north of $3 million or $4 million on something that book values out for the existing business at 1.3-ish. Just, you got to know they have some other plan in mind for that dirt. And so I think with this plan, we know at least in the short term, they are intending to continue the operation of the golf course. I would think that in the long term, the business community recognizes the value of that kind of a recreational amenity in the downtown area, especially if you're looking at maximizing the value that would be associated with doing some kind of a lodging facility on site, vis-a-vis the resort at Squaw Creek, that kind of a model where you have a nice upscale lodging facility adjacent to the recreational facility right there. And I don't see any other model that actually provides you with the opportunity to keep the golf course long-term other than the direction that the Resort Association is proposing moving forward with. So, unless somebody knows something that hasn't been brought up here today in terms of the viability of golf on that piece just as is, which I'd love to hear, then I think that what's being asked of this board is actually most in tune with the interest of preserving the opportunity for golf and other recreation on that site long term.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? All right, seeing none, since we're being asked to provide direction here, my direction on this would be that you do the CEO's office work with the Resort Association, including looking at developing financing options. If indeed that is something that is time sensitive and would preclude a timely closure of this, I would be supportive of allocating the 2.6 in sort of a traditional fashion, which is not financed. I know right now, if this were to be financed through the county, the interest on it would be less than 1%. It's can't think of a better time to finance something, frankly, but I do understand the time constraints on this. So that would be my direction. Is that enough direction for CEO's office from the board, or do you need more?
No, that's plenty. What I would say is we probably would not be looking at traditional financing options. We'd probably look at an advance if required, and what we would really like to do is put a funding agreement together with what those provisions are for providing that funding. Bring it back to your board on March 13th.
Excellent, thank you. Jim Holmes.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion, but before I do, I just wanted to congratulate Ron Trebus for being appointed to the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency earlier this morning. So look forward to working with you at the PCTPA.
Does this need a motion, or we just?
And I'm prepared to move the item, Madam Chair.
Okay. We have a first. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, seeing none, let's move on to our 10 o'clock item, and thank you to everyone for coming. I appreciate all your time. Facility service, Bell Garden Apartments relocation plan. Jim Durfee is out ill today. Bill Zimmerman will be presenting. Oh, I lie. Okay. Jim Durfee is still out today, so I don't know who's presenting the 10 o'clock.
Hi.
Mark, hi.
Morning. Madam Chair, members of the board, Mark Rideout, Facility Services, here for the continuation. As the item in the package indicates, we're requesting that your board approve a continuance until 11 o'clock on March 27th. This is a follow-up to our presentation to your board back in January. We continue to have fruitful discussions with the parties that commented, and I request a bit more time to conclude those before coming back.
All right. And are you looking for a specific motion on that, or just direction from the board to?
Direction to continue it to that certain time.
I believe if we get a motion, and we
Motion
don't
to
have
continue.
repost, repost
Yeah.
that and all the rest. So I'd move.
Are just real quickly, are discussions, you getting progress?
Yes, we are.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, move approval of continuing the item to March 27th at 11 o'clock. Second.
Any public comment on this before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor of continuing this item? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. We move to our 10:30 item, Facilities Services, and this is Bill Zimmerman presenting on behalf of Jim Durfee, who is out ill today. This is an update, compliance progress update for SMD1 and compliance alternatives for Sewer Maintenance District 1. Bill, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. I'm Bill Zimmerman with the Facility Services Department. Happy to be here this morning to provide your board with an update on our progress in pulling together the additional information that your board requested at the December 6, 2011 meeting related to the SMD1 compliance decision. The format of our update today is very similar to the update that we provided your board back in January, although we do have quite a bit more information this time around. In summary, your staff has been working very closely with the Placer Nevada Wastewater Authority Technical Advisory Committee to work through the technical issues associated with the regional project. And in addition to that, Janine Windishausen has put in a lot of effort in working with the SRF folks on the financing issues. I'd like to touch on some of the highlights of our efforts over the last couple months and then open it up to any questions or discussions that your board would like to have. In our last update, we provided you with a side-by-side comparison of the Brown and Caldwell estimate and the City of Lincoln's proposal. Since that time, we've been meeting weekly with the PNWA TAC and have been able to work through the technical differences between those two design concepts and now have agreed on a preferred design approach that we all agree on. That approach includes many of the original assumptions from Lincoln's proposal. It also includes increased pumping capacity at the City of Auburn's wastewater treatment plant, which was requested by City of Auburn staff, and it includes additional emergency storage at SMD number 1, which was requested by county staff. Lincoln staff has prepared a draft price and schedule update that I believe they'll be taking to their council this evening for consideration. The schedule piece of that report shows that the project can be completed ahead of our September 2015 compliance date from the Regional Water Quality Control Board.
And for the cost component, the total project cost estimate has increased from $91.6 million to $94.6 million, and that accounts for the increased pumping capacity at Auburn, the increased emergency storage at SMD1, and a 2.2% inflationary increase. The TAC has also begun working on a project description and initial study that can be used as the basis to start the environmental review process. A draft copy of the project description is included in our staff report. It actually makes up about half of our staff report. In addition to that effort, the planning department has also taken the lead in setting up a meeting with the state and federal permitting agencies to start discussions on the regional project and to try to identify any potential issues that may come up during the environmental review or permitting process. And that meeting is scheduled for later this week, and we'll include a report back on that when we come back to your board in March. As I mentioned, Janine has taken the lead in communicating with the SRF folks on the financing issues. The SRF has issued the preliminary funding commitment for the upgrade project in the amount of $58.4 million. And the key terms of that financing are, it is a 30-year extended term loan at 2.2% interest with $6 million in principal debt forgiveness. The funding, including the debt forgiveness, can be transferred to a regional project. Two things I'd like to add to that are that the regional project is eligible for and may be able to receive an additional $1.5 million in debt forgiveness. And then secondly, that the SRF is working with us to extend the timeline for submitting an application for a regional project to allow us adequate time to complete the environmental review process. The last thing I wanted to update your board on was the status of our discussions with PERC. We've had a number of conversations and meetings with the PERC people to better understand their project and how they accounted for certain costs and to make sure that all the costs are properly accounted for. We're continuing to have those discussions, and we'll continue to make progress on that over the next couple of weeks. In terms of financing a PERC project, at this point it's unclear if the PERC project would be eligible for SRF financing. There are two issues that we're trying to work our way through. The first is whether or not the procurement process that PERC followed is consistent with state procurement law. And then the second issue is whether or not the revenue from tax-exempt bonds, which make up a portion of the SRF revenue, can be used to fund a private activity such as a design-build-operate agreement. And so we're continuing to work our way through those issues with the intent of having them more fully defined when we come back to your board in March. And so overall, I think as a group, we've worked really well together. We've accomplished a lot of work in a short amount of time. We've made a lot of progress in pulling together the information that your board requested. And with that as a brief summary of our efforts, I turn it back to you, Madam Chair, for any questions or discussions that you'd like to have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board on this update? Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm sorry I wasn't here. You may have mentioned Auburn's participation in moving forward with this process.
The Auburn City Council adopted a resolution indicating that they would participate in the regional project, subject to the county providing funding to basically stabilize their rates.
Yeah, I have
a copy of that resolution is included.
I have it right here before me. It says, whereas City of Auburn expects to be granted the capital costs of the project. And I know we had a discussion about using Middle Fork revenues in July of last year, but I don't recall, unless I missed something, that we've made a decision how we're going to disperse those funds, whether we're going to grant them or loan them or have a cost-sharing basis for those. Did I miss something?
Well, this will be at least tangentially addressed on our next board item.
I thought it would, but I thought this would be a good opportunity to raise it. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? I'm going to open this up to public comment. I do see representatives here both from the City of Auburn and from the City of Lincoln, and I'm not sure. Oh, there's Perkwater. Just wanted to see if there was any public comment just on this update. It's not normally traditional for updates, but If you have something to add, come on up, because we are trying to make this a very public process.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll be very brief. Bill Kirby. I'm the chairman of your advisory committee, the Placer Nevada County Wastewater Authority. And I want to compliment all the parties in working together very aggressively and in a very, very intense manner over the last few months to come together and bring this proposal forward to you in this update, along with Janine Windehausen, Mr. LaBeouf, and just a host of other people to bring this together and get it to you. At our last meeting last week, everybody in the room was asked point blank by myself what they thought of the project. Everybody said it was doable, the numbers made sense, and they'd all come to the conclusion that they were going to recommend it to your board. The Placer Nevada County Wastewater Authority, and additionally, unanimously last week, recommends it to your board. And that was a resolution that we passed that you should have all received. The City of Auburn, and I will speak for myself, but as a resolution, did say that, and we have other councilmen here, people here too as well, that we are, and we've said before, that regional is the best solution possible if all the I's are dotted and the T's crossed. It's kind of like getting the King's Arena going. We're getting down to the wire now, but I can really see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I really want to compliment all of the groups in working forward to this and emphasize that your advisory committee unanimously supports this update and going ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kirby. Any other public comments on this before I bring it back to the board? All right, seeing none. Supervisor Wygant.
I just want to echo Bill's comment about thanking everybody involved for all of the work, particularly at the technical level. People just went way above and over. There's still one issue that we're attempting to reconcile and resolve, but it's been really impressive to see the amount of work and the effort with which it's gone forward. So again, thanks to everyone.
And seeing no other supervisor comments, I'm going to echo those thanks. As many of you know, I had a lot of unanswered questions. 3 o'clock in the morning one night came up with a list of 30 or 35 of them that I forwarded to Jim Durfee. I have been meeting with Jim and facilities. I've been meeting with Janine Windeshausen, and really am having a much better understanding of the proposal in front of us. I'm not going to prejudge this and make any decision in advance of March 13th, but I truly appreciate now having a level of detail and information that is a comforting level of information. So thank you very much. Seeing no other comments from the board, seeing no comments from the public, let us move on to our 1045 item. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
This says Janine Windeshausen, 1045, SMD1, District Regional Wastewater Treatment. This actually will be a discussion of the Middle Fork Hydroelectric Project revenues and a request from Supervisor Wygant that we discuss and state our intent to direct approximately 10% of the Middle Fork Hydroelectric Project revenues to a regional solution. And Supervisor, will you be presenting this, or will be? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate it. I want to frame this a little bit as to why I'm doing this and why I'm doing this today. Obviously, I've long been a proponent of weaving our way through this regional wastewater issue, but last time we addressed this question, we met for 8 hours, so I thought anything that might... I think maybe Supervisor Holmes and I should be separated before I can... Tony, I'm counting on you to protect me. So simply, the question about the Middle Fork revenues as a potential assistance to putting this place in project is a separate and distinct question that, regardless of what we do in 2 weeks on March 13th, if we pursue what I'm hoping for and recommending today and we decide not to go regional, there's no harm to doing this. It's a standalone decision. So if we decide not to go regional on March 13th, it doesn't hurt anything. But what it does do, and why I'm here today, aside from trying to simplify the March 13th discussion, is that in the city council meeting in Auburn a few weeks ago when this was discussed, I thought, and there are a couple of council members here to address this, but I thought we had a very healthy discussion about the issue and all of the years that we've put into all of this.
Sorry, I've just given him a weapon.
I'm starting to feel lonely. I actually made the commitment to the council that I would bring it back to the board, this question back to the board for reasons that will become more clear as we go through the presentation, but are also already addressed in the staff report. But if the board essentially embraces this concept, I'm going to go back to the City of Auburn Council and ask them to respond to it, to essentially commit to being into the regional project, so that on the 13th, when we have that discussion, one thing that we know for sure is that if Auburn and the county go in the project together, it's cheaper for everybody, essentially because of sharing the common cost of the pipe where the two individual pipes join. So I thought there was pretty good affirmation by the council that they would respond to that request. So for, again, the reasons of simplicity and for separating out that particular question and giving us the time so that perhaps on the 13th the council will have reacted to that one way or the other, and we'll have a pretty good idea as to how the pieces come together, keeping in mind that obviously this is the level of detail and the level of complexity of this idea is exhaustive, and I'm trying to summarize that. So the agenda that I'm going to go over is on the screen currently. This is what I'm going to walk through. But again, referring back to the Auburn City Council discussion that I referred to, it's kind of like when you're kids. And I'm sure everybody has had this experience where you climb to the top of the mountain and you're about to go down the snow lift in an inner tube, or you're about ready, you just built a go-kart and you're going to send it down the hill. And it's sort of, you go first, no, I go first, no, you go first, I go first. So I thought the best way to embrace that concept is that the problem is we have 5-year permits, and the city's permit and the county's permit are not at the same time frame, so they expire at different times. And we've gone back and forth over 15 years trying to decide whether one person is a commit or not, and so I just sort of thought, we should jump in and do it all together. And if this works, it didn't work. Here, oh, hold on. So, as you recall from the movie, Butch and Sundance went in together, and it's what saved them.
I also recall it didn't work out so well at the end for either of them.
And I anticipated somebody might raise that particular question. So the point is not, there's a huge amount of uncertainty regardless of what we do on this issue. And we're not going to know what the outcome is for 50 years.
Other than no matter what path we choose, we're going to get riddled with holes anyway. We're just going to get riddled with bullet holes, no matter what path we ultimately choose.
So as Kirk will remember, as being the one who actually voted to adopt the county general plan, it has long been strong standing board policy to promote functional consolidation of wastewater facilities. There are a bazillion reasons and examples of that. We were one time asked, for example, to take over the Auburn Valley Country Club wastewater facility, and we chose not to do it because of the inherent risk of these small standalone facilities. We were also lobbied intensely in the adoption of the Bickford project to allow them to build their own on-site wastewater treatment facility, and we chose as a board not to do that because, again, these small, isolated, standalone facilities have historic problems, which I'm going to talk about. So setting that aside, there are a myriad of policies in the general plan that either directly or indirectly connect to regionalizing wastewater. And they could be either directly related to wastewater itself, making reclaimed water available for agriculture or other uses, or they could be connected to natural resources and habitat issues, both of which this particular project would enhance. So we also recently, as Mr. Holmes recently just mentioned, discussed Middle Fork project revenues, and we gave staff direction as related to budgetary elements as to the kinds of things that should be standards by which we evaluate those projects. And again, I could delineate all of these, but we don't want to take 8 hours this time. In addition to that, there are board-adopted policy as it relates to placer legacy and our conservation plan and habitat. And they go on and on also, but specifically in a nutshell, specific to Auburn Ravine and the Coon Creek watersheds and the fact that steelhead and salmon are listed species under the Endangered Species Act, and that our plan calls out for providing for habitat protection for them and enhancement, there is a rich opportunity with this particular project to amplify hugely a critical component of our habitat conservation plan. So for me, frankly and seriously, even though this peanut butter and jelly go together perfectly, I don't think the board will ever consider an application of Middle Fork revenues that is a better fit than all of the policy elements that have just been identified as to taking.
Who's in the jam? That's what I want.
We're all in it together. Remember, okay. So the basic idea that I'm taking forward is pretty simple in policy, but it's steeped in a huge amount of financial analysis and exhaustive hours of work by a team of players. But essentially, if we set aside actually what would almost surely be a fair amount less than the 10% of our Middle Fork monies, a very small slice of our Middle Fork monies, but if you run out those revenues over a 30-year period, it would be about 10% of the present value of those monies or 10% of the actual dollars received. If the Middle Fork project lasts for 50 years, like we're hoping for and applying for, it'll be more like 5% of those monies. If you run those numbers out just 35 years, it takes you down to 7% of those monies. This would be a dedication of a very small slice of these monies. And what it can do is, because if we invest it towards the capital cost of doing the project, it holds out the promise of stabilizing the City of Auburn's rates for that capital cost increment, and it can actually reduce SMD1 rates by about $10 per household per month. So again, this is based on a myriad of assumptions, and again, these details I would defer for 2 weeks as relates to Lincoln's costs. There are plenty of people here who could talk about it and answer any specific questions about all of that today. But there's been an exhaustive amount of work that goes into this. If interest rates go up or down, that would have an impact. If the principal forgiveness is somewhat higher or lower, that would have an impact. But what I'm hoping you will look at today is the dynamics of how this model works. And with each of the assumptions, in my view, there is very little likelihood that there are fatal flaws or that taken together these assumptions are going to cause this basic concept to essentially not work very close to the dollars that have been reviewed and evaluated. So it's important in going through this in my mind, or at least I've always looked at this, as it relates to the impact on our customers, our taxpayers, and our ratepayers, both in terms of short-term and long-term rates. So I broke it out accordingly. It has long been held at the JPA. I've not met a person who has been willing to say that historically rates at larger, more regional facilities have been better protected against the cost of new regulation as compared to the smaller user base, small footprint, foothills types of facilities. And Oren showed us some of these slides in his presentation. But this is an unarguable historical reflection of rates for Rockland, Lincoln, Roseville, Auburn, SMD1, and SMD3, essentially from 1990, although we don't have county data going back to 1990. But there are some interesting things here that, again, I think are very important. The non-regional facilities have a larger distance between their cost increases. We all started about $10. The regional large facilities are very closely correlated in their cost today. And if you just run those out arithmetically using a regression, the slope of the line, this is what would happen to those rates 20 years from now. This is not a prediction. I don't want people to say Wygant's saying that SMD3 rates will be over $200 in 2032. But what is unarguable is that if you did a regression analysis of those rates and they followed here forward the history since the early 90s, that is exactly, in fact, what they would be. So again, going out 10 years and then 20 years, that's what would happen to those rates. And again, interestingly, the regional rates are clustered and more tight, and there's more uncertainty and a greater volatility around the non-regional facilities. And again, if you average those, this is a slide that Oren showed you before. This is a projection of those averages. But I think more importantly, historically, the slide in front, the bar in front, shows what rates would have gone up, how much they would have gone up if they were adjusted for inflation for, again, for an average of these facilities if you break them out as compared to regional versus non-regional facilities. So one, the distance, the amount of increase for the regional facilities is significantly less. The amount of increase for the non-regional facilities is significantly more. And I just, not to pick on the City of Auburn, but the City of Auburn rates since 1990, for which we do have data, have gone up 656% in 21 years. That's an average of 31% per year. There are a lot of folks who talk about wanting to control rates. I'm sure Auburn didn't increase their rates because that's the rate that they wanted. They increased those rates because they had to, because new regulation required them to make huge investments in their plant, and that was the resulting cost that had to be passed on to the ratepayers. These two slides Oren also showed you, but these are the enforcement actions against the individual plants, which again takes you to the theory of what's going to happen to longer-term rates. My view is unequivocal that the larger facilities will provide better. The larger facilities will provide better rate protection over the long run to ratepayers. Lincoln currently is the gold standard in terms of performance in the county, both by enforcement actions and violations. And again, this one I think is relevant because these are what drive future rate increases. In the short run, here's where the notion comes in. So all these folks had some level of purview or review of all of this, but basically, if you think back to the December 6th meeting, if you so choose, we've received information about rate calculations. So again, if all of those assumptions that I identified earlier ended up being explicitly reality, the rates that I'm about to talk about could be explicitly the rates that we could offer up our ratepayers based on, if you were to look at these spreadsheets, they are exhaustive Excel spreadsheets that have been reviewed by all of the folks that you just saw photographs of and others. So today, this represents Auburn versus SMD1 ratepayers. And if we embraced this allocation of Middle Fork revenues and all of these assumptions were, again, perfectly accurate, if you did not provide any Middle Fork relief, the county's rates would stay the same because the capital costs to us as compared to upgrading are about the same and the operational costs are about the same. City of Auburn has the burden of having a plant that's working fairly well right now, and they would have to additionally invest to accommodate the cost of that pipeline, and they'd have to increase their rates as per this chart for that purpose. So if we go back to, again, what our existing rates are, and we add Middle Fork, excuse me, this is what our rates would be if we invested in Middle Fork. So the county's rates are the same, but Auburn rates now have gone up. They're higher. Our rates are the same as on the last sheet. So if we did add the Middle Fork allocation that I've discussed, Auburn's rates could come down from what they would have to be adjusted up to, but SMD rates could come down by about $10 per month. Or the last way to look at it is, again, these are our current rates, and if we did the allocation, Auburn's rates could stay the same, and the county's rates could come down by $10. Now, again, the caveat here, and again, there are people here who can talk about this exhaustively, is that if we all retain our individual rate authority, we could make these rates somewhat different. There are legal parameters, though, as to how much you can pass on future costs to existing users and vice versa. If Auburn is the one who sets their rates, again, they could tweak their rates within those parameters, all of it based on also achieving successful SRF loan applications. But this is what absolutely, unequivocally, based on those assumptions that I've mentioned, could happen. And so it's a policy concept that I'm asking for, not to ascertain that those numbers are explicitly correct, because they won't be. But again, to me, this is the perfect marriage. I can't think of another project now or in the future which would be a better allocation of complying with board policy. This board's recent direction to the board as it relates to the budget issues regarding to or MFP expenditures. And if we go ahead and direct staff to pursue this direction, my commitment is to go to the Auburn City Council and ask them to commit to giving us an answer so that we'll know what that total cost structure is more likely when we consider this project on the 13th. And with that, if I could, Madam Chair, I'd like Bob Emmerich to talk about the Lincoln facility and why I think it's particularly well positioned as it relates to that long-term rate concept. It's a presentation that he gave to the City of Auburn on that council hearing, and I thought it was very constructive and useful to them. So, Bob, if you could do that in 4.5 minutes speech is fantastic.
Is it on here somewhere?
I don't know.
Pardon? I brought it with me if it wasn't preloaded. I gave it to somebody yesterday to preload. Do you have it?
I don't know.
Do you want me to? Like 4.5 minutes? It's quickly eaten up.
Are you able to tap dance while you wait?
I'm not that good.
Okay.
It'll be entertaining.
Yeah.
I will be entertaining, that's right.
Well, let's see if there's any questions while we're waiting from any members of the board for Supervisor Wygant. Supervisor Euler.
I'm happy to answer any questions, and Janine and Jeff are here, and Holly can comment on any of the work that's gone into any of this.
Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, the rates assumptions there that we saw at the end, that assumes what level of operational capacity at Lincoln? In other words, my understanding of the Lincoln proposal is the cost of roughly now $94 million. Is that what I heard that we're looking at for the Lincoln proposal?
Right.
Okay. That only gets us to the 1.7 MGD. Is that right? Okay. And so what I'm wondering is that rate calculation that you just did, is that based on the assumption of the 1.7 million MGD?
Yes.
Okay. And then incrementally, I believe, to get to 2.7 down at Lincoln, we're looking at about $16 million, and like $16 a gallon in additional capacity, something like that, 16 to 20. Yeah, 16 to 20. So we're looking at $16 million to $20 million to get us to 2.7 to account for future growth, whether it's in the city or in the county. Is the 1.7 million in capacity at Lincoln, is that just the county share, or will there be additional expansion required if Auburn comes in? And is that reflected in those rates as they were put together?
These rates exclude that expansion.
Okay.
So the expansion that would be necessary.
But those rates are reflective of the additional capacity that would be required for Auburn? Because my understanding was the 1.7 is what the county would require. And I apologize because I wasn't really digging down in any details. This is related to Auburn and what would be required for Auburn. Is there additional capacity expansion that would be required if Auburn joined and we went with the regional pipeline?
Well, what I know there are people who can answer that. Bruce can. We may want to, again, I think it's important to try to separate what we might want to talk about on the 13th as compared to today.
Okay,
as
all right,
relates to the
that's
concept.
fair. Then let me just kind of put staff
But let me
on
just,
notice.
there was one thing I'd like to add on if I could, Kirk.
Yeah.
Because to me it's an important policy question.
Right.
And that is, one of the advantages of a regional facility is that you expand collectively with a larger user base when you need to. And as you identified in a hearing probably 9 months ago, it's likely that if the county were to upgrade according to the SOMAS proposal, we would never use all that capacity. And there would be lost idle investment. We're much better guaranteed in the long run also being able to expand our facilities for all of our needs incrementally and more cost effectively with your regional plan. But you're right, this plan does not include capacity that's not currently necessary.
Okay. So when we get to the conversation on the 13th, I'm going to want some answers in regard to that issue of, because ultimately, I mean, we talk about total capital costs, and Supervisor Wygant today is asking the question about, do we want to offset some of that with Middle Fork revenues? And quite frankly, it's a conversation I'm more than happy to have. But this all translates back to who's going to pay us back, and that's ultimately it's the ratepayers. And so those last slides that we saw in terms of comparative rates are going to be very important, I think, when we get to the conversation on the 13th.
And if I could just, because as it does relate today, one of the things that happened when staff and our consultants reviewed the concept is, Holly can address this better than me, but the notion was to take my basic idea and actually use that investment to spread it over time during the 30 years of the debt service, which is smarter than my idea for a range of reasons. One is we don't need the money as quickly. It much more likely matches the inflow of Middle Fork revenues. And essentially what it does is commit, again, to that Middle Fork project, and the benefit of that, basically protecting ratepayers for sure in SMD1 and Auburn, and to some extent Lincoln. Lincoln is likely to have somewhat less expensive rates in the long run with more users added to their system.
Okay.
And while this is a valuable discussion, I think we should probably save it for March 13th.
Or we could go another 8 hours.
Please go ahead before they do.
I'm assuming somebody else advances the slides for me, is that right?
Unless you're a clicker.
Because I didn't know
Robert's got it right here.
So.
Robert has the clicker.
So you might want to steal it from Robert.
There we go.
Magic.
By way of introduction, my name is Robert Emmerich, and I developed the treatment process for the City of Lincoln wastewater treatment facility. So that's why I'm speaking, and my only role is I've heard a lot of confusion over the last months and year as to whether the City of Lincoln is a place to make the investment. Is it a smart investment? Is it adaptable for future regulation and so forth? And so I just wanted to address what the City of Lincoln plant does have and what it doesn't have so that you know whether you're investing wisely. When I did the process design for the City of Lincoln plant, the City of Lincoln had problems with a long list of contaminants: perchlorate, tributyl tin, pentachlorophenol, zinc, copper, aluminum, and there's even more that I can't remember. And so the process, the hard part was developing a process that addressed everything all at once, because usually you address one contaminant at a time. When we're talking about designing treatment plants, I think it's very important to recognize that of all of the regulatory criteria that affect the design of a treatment facility, the ones that are critical are your aquatic life impacts, and that's because they're regulated on a 1 hour, in the case of acute impacts, or a 4-day exposure in terms of chronic impacts. And so you can imagine if the average concentrations were just fine, it's the peak concentrations that cause problems. For instance, if we removed all of the oxygen from this room, we wouldn't survive 10 minutes from now. And that's why wastewater plants are always regulated on these peak concentrations, because their impacts occur almost instantaneously. It's also the dissolved contaminants that are problematic. It's not the particle contaminants. When you look at the EPA objectives, everything's in terms of dissolved. And right here on this slide here, I have size and the type of filtration to truly remove dissolved contaminants. And so one of the criticisms was, hey, this isn't a membrane plant. Is it already outdated? The type of membranes that you use in wastewater treatment fall in this size class here. granular medium filtration, which is what the City of Lincoln plant is right here. But if you're truly going to try to remove salts or metals or herbicides or pesticides, that's reverse osmosis type technology, and that's not being considered on any of the plants right here. So it's the idea that the plant doesn't have the correct type of membranes, none of them are being considered because that produces a brine waste. So here's a Lincoln treatment plant. It's got a biological process, and then it's got a maturation pond with dissolved air flotation, filtration, UV disinfection, and then various options for disposal. What's important is this process here was developed specifically for the removal or reduction of dissolved contaminants. This process here, the maturation pond, it will grow algae. And when it grows algae, and then it also equalizes. So the more you equalize, the lower those peak concentrations. And then anything that's biologically active or biologically available will affect the algae before it affects the aquatic life in the environment. And then we remove that algae and we send it to a landfill, or it could be recycled in the future, but right now it's sent to a landfill. So this is a dissolved contaminant treatment process. When you look at options like membrane bioreactors or membranes, that's affecting up here, and it doesn't change the biology. It is not a dissolved contaminant treatment process. So Lincoln is by far more advanced than any other facility in the area, and its track record is because it's the only facility in the area that has a process for removing dissolved contaminants that are biologically active. It's also got storage, and so if there's ever any problematic environmental periods, then you can hold that water and discharge when it's not so problematic, or according to state policies, what you could use is that storage water to help facilitate reclamation when you don't have water available. This is a little technical. I apologize for that, but let me explain again this maturation pond concept. If you had the exact same wastewater, the longer the detention time, the lower these peak concentrations. So in this case, this was dissolved zinc. I just had to pull one. Here's your concentration, and here's the equalization time. These dots are the average concentration. The intent is the average never changes. The peak concentrations are due to the hydraulic detention time in the treatment process. So a membrane bioreactor, their benefit is to make very, very small treatment plants to fit on very, very small sites. That's why you use them. They have a very, very short hydraulic detention time, which means they have very high peak concentrations. Your Auburn is a 24-hour time. It comes down, Placer County. City of Lincoln, that maturation pond has a very, very long holding time. And so you can remove that peak concentration 2/3 even if you don't remove any dissolved contaminants. It's just the nature of the treatment process, and that's why it was developed. The benefits of storage with small communities, II is always a problem. That's the inflow infiltration. And when you get too much water during storm surges, and it could just simply because during construction activity somebody left a manhole cover off, it takes storm water and then you wash out your plant. It's happened at all of the regional facilities in the area. The larger the facility, the more it's able to account for II, but with the storage over at Lincoln, you can actually prevent any problems from reaching the water. There is research going on about feminization of fish, emerging contaminants, all the things we've spoke of before. We don't have a clear future where that's going, but we do know as an industry that we are concerned about them. And so Sacramento Regional, they're building a $2 billion treatment plant expansion now. It's in the news quite often. The process that they're looking at for removing emerging contaminants is essentially adding ozone, which is a high-level oxidant, and then converting a granular medium filter into a biologically active filter. This is a process very similar to that which you would use for treating gasoline waste in groundwater. You basically develop the bacteria and you break it down, and that's what this is about. And so the point being is if you were to go down a membrane solution, you wouldn't have this filter, so you couldn't use it. In fact, the Lincoln model, which already has the ability to add this if it's needed in the future. So here's the Lincoln facility, and then here's what it would be if you were to change it to, say, a membrane-type process. Again, you would lose an awful lot as far as treatment processes. The costs wouldn't come down any. But what's most important is I was looking at a membrane process that we looked at. We developed emerging contaminant for the city of Reno. It was a potable water augmentation process. And so they use Truckee River water, very, very high-quality water, just like we do have very high-quality drinking water. In that wastewater treatment, what is it coming out of the plant? This green line is the UV transmittance, and that's a measure of the dissolved quality of the membrane bioreactor. This blue line is what's coming out of the City of Lincoln treatment plant now, and it's higher. And the point of this is to show that the facility at Lincoln, its robust compliance record is because it has treatment facilities for removing dissolved contaminants, and they perform better even than other facilities that you're removing particles down to very small levels. So that's the extent of my presentation, and it's simply to show that 7 years after that facility has been started up, it's still very, very much state-of-the-art, and it's far more advanced than you'll see at most other facilities out there right now.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Or
Supervisor Euler?
I'd just like to make sure that you're going to be around on the 13th, because I have a number of questions that I don't want to get into here when we're talking about financing, but they do deal with operations, so you'll be at our presentation on the 13th.
I've been invited, and that's my plan, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, actually, I do have some comments that I would like. This is the time to make the comments, right? Okay, we're good? Okay. I'm going to hand out this little handout here.
I don't think you're commenting on his.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Sorry.
So I'm done?
Have a seat, Mr. Emmerich. Thank
Great.
you.
And basically, when my approach to kind of answering this question, and I do appreciate the effort and the time and the talent Robert and staff has put into it so far. And I kind of thought that this was a little bit similar to the question that my children asked me back in December. Hey, Dad, I want to take a vacation. Okay. And the overarching question was, let's go on vacation. As you as you can see, underneath that overarching principle, there are a lot of little boxes. And I'll just read off a couple of them. Can I afford it? What bills can I anticipate that may come up in the process? The cost of the vacation versus the lost revenue that I'm going to have during the time that I'm out. For my particular situation, as a county supervisor, I've got county stakeholder business that I need to take care of, constituent meetings, staff briefings, how am I going to handle those? For my law office, I've got existing clients, I've got trial preparedness projects, emergencies, law and motion stuff, client development, who's going to do that? If I'm overseas, like my family wants to go, I may have some certain IT type issues that I need to contemplate. Am I going to be oceanfront? If I am, can I have conference calls at that period of time? Do I have to have special technology, a satellite phone? Do I need to go over and rent another room on the other side of the hotel to have my conference calls or Skype with clients? So, and then down at the bottom, there's a lot of unknowns. So I think while this is a great exercise, I need a little bit more information. And some of that information, I think, Supervisor Holmes has kind of elucidated. What is the overall policy with the Middle Fork monies? What are, what's the anticipated rainfall? What are we going to do with the other jurisdictions? Because we're doing something for Auburn to stabilize their rates. One of the concepts that I thought of is why don't we just take a certain percentage of Middle Fork monies, divide those up by the number of folks that we have in the county, correspond that to 10% of the waterfall, and shoot it out to the jurisdictions. And if Auburn wants to come back and apply that money towards the Middle Fork project, I think that's great. But to make that decision today, I think it's going to be really tough for me to do that. But if we answer some of these questions, some of these issues, then I think I'll have a little bit more information in order to make that decision. And I think we'll all be better off in the process. So if you're asking me today to lock in $60 million for Middle Fork monies, it's going to be a tough call for me.
Okay. Supervisor Holmes.
Well, thank you. I'll just piggyback. I do have some written comments. As you know, I've been in countless meetings with Supervisor Wygant and others regarding this, but today we're talking about committing an enormous amount of money, over $60 million, including financing costs of future Middle Fork revenues yet to be received. That can make a profound implications on our county's ability to fund operations to meet our existing infrastructure demands and some very critical county functions over the next several years. Is this specific project the highest and best use of these funds? Let's talk about those for a minute. We just heard another budget update. We're told that we still have overall stagnated revenues and our property tax continues to decline. We'll need again to solve a deficit problem this next fiscal year. We have increases to our PERS contribution, increases to our health benefit costs, our library fund is depleted, and we're again facing state revenue depletion that will come back to us. We were presented the need to spend between $7 and $9 million just to furnish the new jail, not finish it, to furnish it. On top of that, to fund the operational costs of that jail, which will approach $18 million annually. Over the next 2 years alone, $48 million is requested to open the new jail. That in itself is a huge challenge for us. At the end of last year, we lost an important source of infrastructure funding. Our redevelopment agencies are gone. That leaves a gap of more than $10 million in infrastructure funding for Tahoe, North Auburn, and the Sunset Industrial Area. The Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project is critical to the revival of Kings Beach and improving the clarity of Lake Tahoe. We know that on an annual basis, 88,000 pounds of sediment from Kings Beach drain into Lake Tahoe. The Kings Beach Core Improvement Project will reduce that by a significant amount, and that is an investment in our environment. It'll improve traffic circulation and allow for much-needed parking. It's an investment that will increase the amount of tourism dollars coming into the county and at the same time provide for much-needed jobs. In the Sunset Industrial Area, we've already identified the need to invest in infrastructure, including the highest priorities of sewer and roads to encourage manufacturing and commercial businesses to come to Placer County, which will again provide jobs, good-paying jobs that are close to residential areas. Sewer infrastructure will cost $10 to $12 million in the Sunset Industrial area. Excuse me. We may want to advance some funding for transportation projects such as the Placer Parkway, which will alone cost upwards to $600 million. These are all investments that will pay dividends by increasing our tax base and take the pressure off our general fund, which will in turn allow us to provide the level of county services that meets the expectations of the people of Placer County. We have 2 sewer treatment plants that have to be closed. Applegate with an estimated $5.9 million cost, and SMD3 plant at Auburn Folsom Road with an estimated cost of $13.5 million. We don't have any other options for those plants. SMD3 rates are $111.72 per month. That's $1,340 per year. The limited ability of taxpayers to support these projects further increases the demand on our general fund. We have to use Middleport revenues to close them. We have to. We don't have any other option. Those costs are between $18 and $20 million. Where's the funding for that in this proposal? And yet, Auburn's plant is in compliance. They have the funding mechanism to do the next phase of their upgrades, the oxidation project. SMD1 in North Auburn has a very sensible option. We've improved the environmental document. We put the project out to bid and accepted a bid that's several million dollars below the estimate. We've secured the low-cost financing of 2.2% over 30 years that can be amortized over 20 years. And since the area has been designated an economically disadvantaged community, we've been granted $6 million in forgiveness on the principal, which translates to over $8 million in savings when you take financing costs into account. Excuse me. Sure. The regional proposal is exhaustively complicated, and based on a myriad of assumptions. So I try to make things simple, and I think this relates to your little sheet here. When I buy something, I want to know how much it's going to cost. I want to know when I'm going to get it, and I want to know when I'm going to pay for it. With the upgrade and expansion of SMD1, I have the answers to all those questions with certainty. There's one question that arises from time to time. How are we going to address constituents of emerging concern? Well, by the time that the SMD1 plan is finished and operating, the county will be very close to receiving middle port revenues. It would be my suggestion to set aside some of those to allow us to comply with any new regulations, and it's highly unlikely that it will go up to $60 million. The regional concept has a universe of variables, from governance to an unrealistic timeline for environmental impact report, even if the people are going to work through their summer vacation and holidays to do this. There are many unknowns in the environmental process that we don't have control over. There's also the real possibility of a legal challenge to the EIR, to say nothing of the time involved in getting permits from the regulatory agencies. We have the possibility of delays for right-of-way and easement acquisitions. And I'm not comfortable with any of those variables. Additionally, this board has survived the last 3+ years of this recession, but we've also reduced our workforce by over 400 employees without granting any cost of living increases in the past 3 years. Our projected budget does not include any labor adjustments. Is that sustainable over the long run? Again, how are we going to provide a level of service that meets the expectation of our residents if we don't address our labor issues? By ensuring that there's middle port funding available for a range of infrastructure investments, including economic development projects, we will have increased the ability to utilize our general funds for operational needs, including labor costs and ongoing service demands. Now, I have another concern that is very important to me. Every fire protection district in the state of California, and particularly in Placer County, including the ones dependent on the Board of Supervisors, is having financial difficulties, some teetering on insolvency, not because of malfeasance or overspending, but because of the way those districts receive their funding provided by state law. If one fire district fails, it puts a strain on all the surrounding fire agencies, whether they're city departments or fire districts. I would like to pursue a method of using some middle port revenues to stabilize this critical part of our public safety system. The people in Newcastle, Dry Creek, and Tahoe deserve the same level of public safety that the people in Roseville enjoy. How can we discuss in the abstract such a significant commitment of resources for discretionary expenses while asking our citizens to increase their taxes for basic services? Let's not forget that we have yet to receive these revenues. And the decision we make today will set in motion a financial commitment which will severely impact this board and the future board's ability to address and solve these critical and more urgent problems. As a steward of public dollars, and with ongoing challenges that are before us, I cannot in good conscience consider a $60 million allocation for a regional project when there is a viable, reasonable, and more certain alternative for wastewater treatment. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to hearing any comments from my colleagues or from the audience.
Thank you. Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, I just want to follow up. I want to make explicitly clear where I am. I do, and I am leaning towards that regional option. I just need more information in order to make that decision on this particular item. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Supervisor Wygant?
First, I want to congratulate my colleague Sundance for giving it a longer speech than my presentation.
Very rare.
On my item.
Very rare.
But I did want to respond to a couple things before we opened it up to the public because I think they're extremely important. So one, Jack, with your points are well taken, but there's a tendency here to make what I'm asking far more complicated than it is. It's a pretty simple concept. And a lot of, over the years, there's been a lot of grain as compared to what should be policy as compared to some of the technical work that should be supporting that policy. So the basic concept is really this Middle Fork asset. Does it match well with the regional wastewater concept? I, again, cannot think of another project that any board will ever see that fits the attributes that we embraced just recently more so. Taking exception to Supervisor Holmes, I would never vote personally, maybe there'd be 3 others who do, to use Middle Fork revenues to pay for our day-to-day operations, whether it be for fire or for turning on the lights down in the South Passer Justice Facility. The Middle Fork revenues ought to be used for those rich investment opportunities that are going to change the face of Placer County 20 and 50 years into the future, and this is exactly what that is. Helping us pay our utility bill down in South Placer is not one of those. And if we start down that road based on the notion that we want to try to keep taxes lower to other constituents, we're just going to end up in dog fights and turf warfares as it relates to supervisorial districts, and it goes on and on. This asset is becoming mature very quickly. 2015 we'll actually start seeing some revenue. SMD3 is in a similar circumstance, and it's odd to me that this, at the center of the board's regional policies over 15 years, have been the attempt to close City of Auburn's plant and SMD1. Those have been the biggest priorities within that concept. And to say that upgrading at a cost of $65 million our SMD1 plant, combined with concurrently that happening over time with the City of Auburn's plant, is exhaustively complicated, or the regional is exhaustively complicated, and that's not, I think, is completely ignoring the reality. What we're trying to do is get our arms around a bunch of small pieces that cumulatively have a huge impact on all of us, and put it under one management scheme. To get there, we have this rich opportunity, this one asset, where if we make a small investment from it, we can make it more palatable to one of our neighboring jurisdictions. That's the concept. Today, all we would do is let Auburn know that that is the intent of the board so that they can make a better decision as it relates to the short-term impact to their ratepayers.
Thank you. Supervisor Duran.
Supervisor, I will reiterate my statement again. I do not disagree with you. I just need more information.
I'm going to ask, actually, Mr. LaBeouf here a question. Don't mean to put you on the spot, but time to wake up, Tony. There appears to be some concern, legitimate, about what this action is that we're being asked to take today. I have read this a couple of times, and you and I had a very brief conversation about this before the board meeting. I'm not sure I see a commitment here in the action we're being asked to take today. We're being asked to state our intent to direct approximately X amount of dollars to complete a regional solution for treating wastewater, blah, blah, blah. And then we're asked for to have staff come back on March 13th with next steps. I'm not actually seeing a commitment here to do anything except to express a intent. Am I missing something?
I actually think Supervisor Wygant has characterized it correctly. We've had conversations on this on and off for the last couple of weeks, directly or indirectly. The action of the board would set board policy, would be binding and directive to staff to execute and carry out until the board changed that policy. The board would not be making a legal liability with this action that anybody could collect on. I think to do so would probably venture into being illegal. But I don't think that's the action being requested, and it's certainly meaningful to everybody that works for you when you, 3 or 4 or 5 of you vote in a certain direction, We put on our boots and we march that way, and we will march that way until we're otherwise told to. So it's important to staff to know where you're headed. It's an important direction. It gives a message to the community, but it's not a legal binding action that anybody could take to a bank and say, can I borrow on this?
Thank you. That gives me some clarity. I appreciate that. Getting back to some of Supervisor Duran's questions that he raised as relates to the unknowns, your first concern was policy on Middle Fork dollars. As I recall, we did have a discussion, a policy discussion, and one of Robert's many very complicated slides in there kind of recaps that policy, which is, and I'm going to paraphrase and not get it right, but the policy that we generally agreed upon was that we would look to using Middle Fork revenues for projects and policies that benefited Placer County largely. That's not quite the language, but it's kind of a thumbnail sketch. So I think we do have a policy. Is it a detailed policy? No, it's very broad, and I think we all as a board left it purposely broad because of all the reasons that Jim raised in his list of things that face us moving forward. But I think we do have a policy, and our question today, if we move forward with this, is it our judgment that this fits that policy, that very broad general policy? Our range of expectations as to how much rainfall we're going to get, I don't think Janine actually came up with a chart that predicted rainfall, but we did have a chart that predicted revenues based upon a 30 or a 50-year analysis. So
I guess to that, I would need some clarification as to what the capital costs right off the top, because I think there's an assumption that we're going to be getting paid, as soon as this contract expires.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that there's some infrastructure that needs to be taken care of.
Absolutely.
Those are the types of questions that I need answered before I can make a decision on this.
Absolutely.
And I don't.
If I could, are you, Jack, referring to the capital cost of the Lincoln offer and the timing of those components?
No. I'm talking about the infrastructure in the existing Middle Fork project.
Okay.
Janine, could I see you in the audience there? Could I ask you to come forward? Because I know that we have talked about this time frame as relates to the Middle Fork project revenues in the past, and it does very clearly have a very relevant nexus with the discussion in front of us today. Could you very briefly just recap us on your expectations for when those revenues start coming in, what those uses will be by fiscal year, and when we as a county would have a reasonable expectation that we would start seeing revenues that were actually available to spend on things like regional sewer rather than paying back and doing improvements on the Middle Fork project itself.
Where do I start? There's
Yeah.
a lot of different moving parts on this. Let me address first the analysis on the revenues. A very sophisticated model on the Middle Fork having everything to do with impacts from the regulatory requirements, which will be newly imposed when the new license goes into effect, to rainfall projections. It's a very, very sophisticated model, and I would be glad to make an appointment to have our consultant who put that model together.
And all I'm saying, Janine, and we can cut to the chase here, is that that's the kind of information that I need in order to make a decision.
Right. Okay. So I can I can help you with that.
It's not,
and I think.
And what I'm saying also, and just so everybody else is on the same page here, this isn't something that's going to take years to do.
No, we have it.
It's just a matter of getting the information together and put in a package.
Right.
I'm just not prepared to, and
Right.
we can certainly have the discussion, but, if I get the information,
Yeah.
that's all I'm talking
And
about.
so-
That's all I'm talking about.
And we have included the future infrastructure needs, long-range planning in terms of.
That's great.
Those improvements.
I'd love to see
So,
it.
yeah, okay, good. That's what I was sitting back there saying, we need to know what questions that Jack has.
Here with, this piece is that, both pieces can go down the same track at the same time. This just for me, and the way that I evaluate things kind of seems out of place. I'm not hitting Robert up on that. That's just the way things laid out, but, okay.
I can go into some of that here now, or we can, whatever your pleasure is.
We're probably better off having this.
Okay, sure.
And let the situation go where it's going to go, and we'll talk later.
Okay.
Supervisor Euler.
I'm very curious to see where this would go at the Auburn City Council.
So am I.
I'm very curious. As I alluded earlier, and I say this as one who is on the record as stating, I believe I'm perfectly comfortable moving forward with encumbering future revenues if there is a payoff that is in excess of the cost of the encumbrance. And whether that's opportunities to enhance our infrastructure in the Sunset Industrial area that then provides additional property tax basis that feeds our larger general fund pie, whatever the case may be, I'm more than willing to have that conversation. That being said, this conversation for me comes back to who's going to pay ultimately, and it's the ratepayers. And what you've shown us, and I appreciate, is the impact of making this kind of an investment, what it does for the ratepayers in Auburn and what it does for the ratepayers in SMD1 under a regional solution. I'm looking at it from the standpoint of I'd like to see that analysis done for the SOMAS alternative. I'd like to see that analysis done for the PERC alternative. I mean, if we're willing to commit dollars from the Middle Fork project to solve a problem, a real problem that we have, then let's equate those dollars so that we can fairly and accurately compare what it means to the ratepayers, I think, across all three scenarios that we'll be faced with on the 13th. And at that point, that's when we make the impassioned speeches about which alternative is worthy of those dollars because of the regional nature of it or what have you. But I'm more than happy to move this item forward for two reasons. Number one, I'm really curious. Where's Bill? You leave? I see Kevin's here. I'm really curious to see what Auburn does. And I want that opportunity to see what they do if the board moves this forward. But then number two, I also want to see what this would mean if we were to apply the same amount of money to the other two alternatives that we're looking at in order to solve the county's problem. So with that caveat to the motion, knowing that you haven't made a motion, but you do have a request here for action, that we actually apply the same kind of modeling to all three alternatives, I'm more than happy to move the item forward.
And I'm going to, I think, take this opportunity to open this up to the public for public comment, public input. Anyone who'd like to come forward to address this item, weigh in on it, please do so.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. Appreciate it. The way I look at this issue, it really boils down to all about minimizing tax increases for Placer County residents going on in the future. The legislature empowered the regional water boards to basically pass unfunded mandates on all the jurisdictions. Whatever they can measure, they will regulate and say to the jurisdictions, come up with a solution, no matter how expensive. So that mandate and that charter of the regional boards is not going to change. In November 2008, the City Council passed a resolution and sent it to the Placer County Board of Supervisors supporting the use of the Middle Fork project funds for the regionalization on the sewer program. Because we knew that this was the only way, really, to minimize the future tax increases, the sewer rate increases that we may have to spend in the future. I think we should look at this issue not with wishful thinking about the regional program or staying at home, but be skeptical and look at all the facts. I would say that this particular item presented by Supervisor Wygant meets the board criteria for use of the Middle Fork funds. One of the items says, project reflect costs related to regulatory compliance outside of jurisdiction's control and other funding sources available to meet the regulatory framework. So that's what this is all about. Will you use the Middle Fork project funds not to grow county government, but to actually minimize future tax increases that we're going to have to pay because of what the state or federal government is doing? So I think that's a good use of funds. I think that, and I support Supervisor Wygant's motion here on action. In my point of view, a lot more work has to be done before a regional project comes together. We need all the information to make it work. The City of Auburn has a good plan. We can meet all future capacity requirements. We put in a solar system to meet the energy costs in the future, and that will help us take care of the pharmaceuticals and birth control elements, which could be for future regulatory purpose. So we have a Chevy, and it's working pretty well. And I might as well conclude since the buzzer's going off. I believe, in conclusion, that we need as much facts as possible. We need the facts on what are we going to do with the makeup water that we would take out of Auburn Ravine. We need facts about the regulatory structure, the JPA. We need the cost figures, because I don't want to vote for a rate increase for my residents unless I'm sure that the alternative is better. So I support bringing this issue forward, and I look forward to further staff analysis from our Public Works Director. Thank you. Kevin Hanley.
Any other member of the public want to comment on this? If so, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close public comment. That was quick. And bring it back to the board.
Make a couple of comments, and just for closure, put a motion on the table regardless of what happens. One is, Jack, I think I appreciate better your questions. The problem is, again, there's a point within a couple of weeks where we're going to direct staff to proceed with upgrading our SMD1 facility in one way or another, or abandon that and go regional. If we decide to go regional over the next year to 2 years, we really will have 99% of your questions answered, but maybe not 50% of them for 6 months, but we're going to have to make that decision beforehand. The Middle Fork process, probably because I've been more involved in it, I know that there's been exhaustive analysis done on the value of the asset and its certainty, because that was necessary for Janine to be able to lend us in a very narrow band of flexibility in terms of investment authority, a line of credit, so that we could pursue the Middle Fork relicensing project. So in fact, by the time that's done, we will have spent about $100 million of revenues that we don't have before we get it. But the certainty of getting it is so high that it's 95, 98%. There are people here who could address all of that, that we actually know we have that asset. And Auburn and the county within the next couple of weeks are going to have to come to grips with what direction we get to staff soon. So I appreciate that and how we deal with it. I don't know. We'll just see how we go forward in the next couple of weeks. Kirk, to your question with regards to having the same application applied to the other two upgrade facilities, I just don't support that. For the reasons why I tried to articulate in the slideshow and connect it specifically and directly back to the myriad of board policy that prefers regionalization over upgrading, opportunities for using reclaimed water that will not exist at all with an upgrade as SMD1 and Auburn continue to operate its facility. Having that reclaimed water be available for agricultural uses will not exist at all if we upgrade existing facilities. Having the opportunity to study through the environmental process the replacement water that's necessary for the habitat values of Coon Creek and Auburn Ravine will not occur at all if we don't regionalize. And the list goes on and on. So to me, there's a clear history and current perspective of policy that is as valid today, if not more so, than it was back in 1994 when the general plan was adopted and this first became a focus. Because what we do know is that state and federal regulation regarding the Clean Water Act is not diminishing. It, in fact, is continuing to be focused and become more rigorous. We know that we are already into the next wave of having to deal with pharmaceutical and personal hygiene issues, and there are people like Bob who can talk about how that's going to be addressed on into the future. So with that, I'll move that the board direct staff to go forward with the intent to allocate about 10%, more like 7% if we want to get into the details of Middle Fork project so that we can make a commitment to the City of Auburn to get their response before our March 13th meeting with regards to the kind of plan that are articulated in the PowerPoint presentation.
Is there a second on that motion? Hearing none, motion fails for lack of a second.
Thanks.
Is there an alternative motion that anyone would like to present at this time? No, have none. Okay, thank you.
I'd just like to offer a comment. That would be that I would like staff to be prepared to have this conversation further. I appreciated Mr. Handley's comments about Auburn Council going on the record saying they're interested in participating if the county was willing to put their funds in, and the Middle Fork funds in. And so I'm going to take the council at its word on that, but I view this conversation today as just the start of what's going to be available to this board at our meeting on the 13th, and not the end of this issue, because I'm sure Robert will raise it again, and if he doesn't, I will. So look forward to having that conversation further.
Supervisor.
And
Supervisor Duran.
And I thoroughly concur with what Supervisor Euler just said. I mean, it's not, this isn't an easy decision, folks. And I just think, in my own opinion, we went from, first gear to fourth gear in the blink of an eye. And I just need the data and the information to have that certain comfort level in order to make that decision. And I've said it publicly that I am leaning towards this regional option, but I just need more boxes in order to get me to be able to answer that question. And I did answer that question for the travel agent in a positive way for my kids. So just so everybody was curious about that.
So my comment on this before we move off this item is that I would ask Supervisor Duran to work directly with Janine to answer some of his specific questions. I would also ask that this, maybe not this specific item, but something similar, come back to us on the 13th before we hear the item on the SMD1 upgrade, whether that's upgrade or regional, because I do think that there is a nexus between these two questions that we need to resolve as a board before we make that decision. And the reason that I'm not willing to move forward with this today is because there is clearly hesitancy upon the part of some of my board members that their questions have not been answered. I think they can be answered, and I think they can be answered so that we can move forward on the 13th of March and put this to rest. Tony, your light is on.
So when it comes back on the 13th, what more would you like staff to bring to your attention that's not included in this report?
Well, I made the request and did it in the form of a motion that I would have been willing to second, and that is that we look at the comparative analysis of the impact on ratepayers for an equivalent capital contribution to the various projects the board is considering.
I would like to see what's on the horizon for us both from the standpoint of our obligations that are coming up. I think Supervisor Holmes elicited those fairly concretely with regards to jail, those kinds of things, juxtaposed against, and I'm sure that this is the information that Janine's going to come up with, is what are the obligations for the Middle Fork project, and when are, what's that anticipated cost going to be, because we're going to have to probably redo a couple of tunnels, some pipe, there may be some pumps or something that we have to replace. There are going to be capital costs before we have any waterfall available to us. So that's all I'm looking for, is I just need a couple of those pieces to look at and to consider that'll help me be better informed. That's it.
Mr. LaBeouf?
As a follow-up question to Supervisor Duran, the Middle Fork, what do they call you guys? The Middle Fork Committee or whatever that is?
Yeah, and just if I could just insert one thing, the numbers that were up there, Jack, are actually the profit that are included after expectation. Okay, just for clarity. But then, I'm sorry, Tony.
Okay, well, that committee has exhaustive discussions on this issue, as you might expect, and I'm sure Supervisor Holmes and Supervisor Wygant are at great advantage, having lived through those meetings many, many, many times.
I don't want to reinvent the wheel here.
But at a public meeting, how much of that summary do you want? Or are you just going to accept that you will get a private meeting with the treasurer?
Oh, I'll get a private meeting with the treasurer's line.
Thanks.
And I think I have those, what you need in my office.
I'll go through them.
Somewhere.
Well, just give me the date, I'll read it,
Okay.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? We're about an hour behind schedule here. Did we want to move on to our 11 a.m. timed item? Let's move on then. Thank you all for coming. Very much appreciate your time. This is a Community Development Resource Agency planning item, Granite Bay Community Plan Update. Michael Johnson and E.J. Avaldi presenting.
Thank you. Michael Johnson with the Community Development Resource Agency. For the past 3 years, county staff has been working with the members of the Granite Bay community to prepare an update to the community plan for the Granite Bay area. And today's presentation is a culmination of the work that has been done over the past 3 years. The presentation today will be made by E.J. Avaldi.
Thank you, Chairwoman, members of the board that are remaining.
Thank you, E.J. There are 4 of us, so we're good.
We're good to
covered.
go.
Yeah.
So the Granite Bay Community Plan is what provides a framework and vision for the long-term growth and orderly development of Granite Bay. As this plan was approaching the 20-year mark, the Board of Supervisors authorized staff to begin the update process, and that was back in 2008. After notifying every property owner in the plan area, we had hundreds of residents participate in 2 community meetings. One of those was a workshop. Staff reported back to your board in August of 2010. At that time, it was decided that there would not be any land use changes in the plan, and that we would only be updating the policy document. And that's what we've been working with the community on. The catalyst of this update process was the formation of the Granite Bay MAC subcommittee. It was Supervisor Euler's desire to have MAC subcommittee opened up to anyone in the community who was interested. The net result was a core group of 23 people that included residents, community members, and 2 MAC members. The subcommittee members, most of which are here today, and their names are up on the slide right now, have been very devoted to this process, meeting a total of 17 times, putting in countless hours reviewing draft goals and policies. I can honestly say that this process has not always been easy or free of controversy, but these meetings were very productive, and county staff has certainly appreciated all their input. As most everyone is aware, there's been a lot of change in Granite Bay over the last 20 to 25 years. About half the people residing in Granite Bay today were not here 25 years ago. The population has almost doubled from over 10,000 residents to over 20,000. The increase in population correlates with the total number of housing units, where the number of residences in the plan area has climbed from 3,700 units to over 7,500. What we have seen is that there has been significant growth during the life of the plan. It now seems to be winding down to the point where we expect much slower growth as Granite Bay reaches build-out. The 1989 community plan set build-out at 29,000 people. However, based on development trends and the fact that much of the plan area has developed at less than the permitted density, The ODOT population is proposed to be reduced to 26,000 people in the new plan. The new policy document looks significantly different than the 89 plan. Many of the plan's goals and policies were revised to reflect present conditions in Granite Bay, new state and federal regulations, and to bring the goals and policies into conformance with current county standards. At the same time, we needed to make sure that the revisions accurately reflected the community's sentiments about the pattern and form of growth until such time the community is built out. Many of the goals and policies that have successfully protected and preserved the rural character of Granite Bay and conserved natural and cultural resources are still in place, but were further strengthened in the plan. The community design guidelines have also been expanded and are now included as a major component of the plan. A work program has been added to identify mixed-use opportunity areas. This is to encourage and provide incentives for the revitalization of aging commercial sites. Most of those are located at Auburn, Folsom, and Douglas, and also over at Sierra College Boulevard. Policies to protect the 300-foot scenic setback on the south side of Douglas Boulevard remain, but now include a mechanism to accommodate additional density receptor parcels to further protect these areas through the recordation of open space easements. And lastly, the most discussed topic during the update process, to no surprise, are policies regarding subdivision gating, where they are appropriate, and the design standards they would be subject to. And I'll talk a little more detail in just a second here. Both the Granite Bay MAC and Planning Commission recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the updated plan. The Granite Bay MAC voted 4-1, with the one dissenting vote asking for additional time to consider changes to the gated subdivision guidelines, particularly the requirement that pedestrian access be required at all times. The dialogue on gated subdivisions carried through to the Planning Commission, where a considerable amount of time was spent debating the impact of gated subdivisions on the overall sense of community, where such gates may be appropriate, and the design of gated entries when approved. Unlike the policy in the 1989 plan that states gated subdivisions shall not be allowed unless there are significant extenuating circumstances, new language was added that was more specific on where gated subdivisions would be allowed. The proposed criteria would require that subdivisions be located to a substantial traffic generator, such as a park or school or church, that they be contiguous or accessed through a non-residential land use, or directly accessed off of a major arterial. The Planning Commission had a discussion about the process that would be required if a subdivision did not meet this criteria, and it was determined that a community plan amendment would be required. This is much different than the current process in many areas of the county right now, where it's usually a variance that is considered by the zoning administrator, or a subdivision modification that is considered by the Planning Commission. At the end of the discussion, though, the Planning Commission felt that the gate issue had been well vetted through the MAC subcommittee and Granite Bay MAC, and the requirement for a community plan amendment was an acceptable process to them if a subdivision proposing gates could not meet the criteria in the plan. The Planning Commission did make some other minor revisions to the gate language. One was regarding the access in gated subdivisions that is now allowed just between dawn and dusk. There's a mechanism provided to require a deed restriction to allow public access. There's the language regarding extenuating circumstances was removed. And then there was also a provision added to allow egress in the event of an emergency. So before I get to the recommendation, I do want to thank everyone involved in this update process. It's been a long process. This is the greatest cooperation I've seen between both public and private interests, the community as a whole, the Granite Bay MAC, the MAC subcommittee, Supervisor Euler's office, and Linda Brown, who's a key person in facilitating all these Granite Bay MAC meetings and subcommittee meetings, and also our county staff. Everyone's willingness to participate led to a very successful update process. So with that, I kind of skipped a slide. That was the Planning Commission. But anyway, so our recommendation, we're asking that you adopt the negative declaration that was prepared for this project, and also adopt a resolution to amend the Granite Bay Community Plan as recommended by both the Granite Bay MAC and the Planning Commission. That concludes my presentation. I know there's a lot of people here to speak today, potentially, and I'm available for questions.
Great. Well, we'll start with the board. Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, EJ, thanks a lot for that report. Hopefully, and I know that, I don't know if this is just the way that things are doled out, but it seems that you get the controversial kind of issues. You've got the Speedway for me, and then my plan, and now this other plan. Hopefully those gray hairs aren't a result of that. But this really seals the deal for me, and it's in the board report here. No one from the public offered testimony against these revisions. The Planning Commission incorporated the changes into the recommendation with regards to the gate issue. I have two questions. Number one, you itemized a couple of things here, A, B, and C, with regards to the gate policy circulation goal number 1, policy 28, page 5, page 125 of our report.
I'm going to grab that real quick.
See that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. And I'm just curious, A, B, and C, those are just general concepts, or is this specific to an area within the plan?
It refers to the entire plan area.
Okay.
And so if someone wants to have a gated subdivision, they would have to meet one of those criteria.
Okay, great, excellent. And who proposed, you said that there was some language deleted, the significant extenuating circumstances. Who proposed that language?
That was actually out of the original plan.
Okay.
Carried over to the new plan. When we got to the commission, county council reviewed it, had some concerns about what that is, how do you define that?
Okay.
And so at that point it was suggested we take that out so
Okay.
it's more definitive about where gates would be appropriate.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Euler.
Thank you. And thank you, those of you that are in the audience and participate in this process, with where we started a little over 3 years ago. Actually, it was almost 4 years ago. This board, in our budget hearings, gave direction planning staff to initiate the update to the Granite Bay Community Plan. And it has been an interesting process, and one that has required a lot of contributions from the community, and as reflected by that committee, that it turned into be kind of the core group. And it required some compromise on all sides. I think it's illustrative of where we sit as a community in terms of the desirability of our community and then the potential for change going forward. When you look at the numbers that EJ threw up there that show that over the last 25 years we've increased our population almost 100%. And over the next 25 years, we're looking at maybe 12%. So as we recognized, as we're going through this process, this is pretty much putting the finishing touches on Granite Bay, and this will see us through to build out. So first, thank you to those of you that participated. Second, I mentioned the issue of compromise, and clearly gates have been an issue all the way through this process. Let me just say, once we got land use related items off the table and made a decision we weren't going to proceed with any land use changes as part of the general plan update, gates became the focus of most of the conversations. And I know I've had conversations with a number of folks here as groups as well as individually on the issue of gates. And personally, and I've said this to a number of folks here, personally, if it were up to me, there wouldn't be any language in here in prohibition of gates at all. My personal philosophy on the subject, I've made very clear, going back to when I first ran for the board in 1992. My personal take on it is it's private property. You want a gate? Put up a gate. Those people that drive by it, for that nanosecond that it's in your peripheral, you get to see it. Beyond that, what impact does it really have on your life, having a gate there? But there was an awful lot of give and take in this process, and the community, though not unanimous, the community did come forward with the recommendation that we have today. I'm not going to do anything to change the language or make any recommendations to change the language that's put forward, but I do want to share the one concern with my colleagues that I have, and that is that the gate language, should a gate be sought in a subdivision that does not meet the specific criteria as outlined, it triggers a general plan amendment. General plan amendments are a big deal. We only get 4 general plan amendment hearings per year as a county. 4 per year is all we get. And typically we get them, as with the next timed item that this board will have as soon as we're done with this, typically we get them for rezones and land use density increases. And those, Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, those are the 2 things that trigger general plan amendments, not really design elements. Is that a safe?
That's correct, or as being proposed here, an amendment, change to the language in the community plan would require general plan amendment.
Right. Okay. So really, that's my only concern. My concern isn't with the language that we've come up with as a compromise. My concern is that if a project comes forward that doesn't meet the very specific criteria that's been outlined, it would trigger a general plan amendment hearing as opposed to a variance hearing. Now, I know that some folks have a concern about the variance hearing process, and that typically it's relegated to the zoning administrator. So the reason I wanted to bring this up now, before you folks have a chance to get up and comment, is I'd like you specifically, particularly those of you that have strong feelings about the gates and the gate language as it's being proposed, I'd like your input on a requested project that comes in that is proposing a gate that does not specifically meet the criteria outlined, rather than it triggering a general plan amendment. What would your thought be on a direct appeal to the Planning Commission, to the full Planning Commission, that a project applicant could request a variance, but not just in front of a zoning administrator, which typically has very little public input, but in front of the full Planning Commission, and give the Planning Commission the opportunity to review a variance, thereby not triggering that general plan amendment requirement that the county is limited to just a certain number throughout the year. So I wanted to throw that out there. As many of you know, I've come a long way on a lot of this language. As many of you know, I started out in opposition to the 300-foot setback on the south side, but I've decided that I was going to leave that issue alone as well. So I'm just asking your opinion at this point, having had this discussion with a number of you privately, what your thought would be about having a variance to the gate language be subject to a variance to the Planning Commission as opposed to a general plan amendment. So with that, Madam Chair, I look forward to hearing the comments on this from the public.
Supervisor Duran?
Yes, Supervisor Euler, can I just get a clarification on what you're asking for? Are you asking for kind of like a hermetically sealed appeal process?
Well, right now, if a project does not meet the specific requirements as outlined, given that those requirements are codified in the general plan, a project applicant who would like to propose a gate on their private project and meets all the county's requirements that we have throughout all of our other community plans and our county general plan, meets all those county requirements, it would require a general plan amendment,
right,
as opposed to simply a variance to design guidelines type of a thing. And what I'm saying is making this subject to a variance hearing at the Planning Commission that would be appealable to the board, making it subject to a variance and thereby not requiring the county to essentially burn one of our general plan amendment hearings.
And that being said, Tony, is there any issues with that at all? Do you see potential?
No, I mean, echoing the supervisor's comments, if you're around here for a while, you know we collect general plan amendments and do them all on the same day. We'd like to save 1 or 2 toward the end of the year because you kind of need them when you want to clean up the end of the year. But that's only 4 visits to the Board of Supervisors to get finalized, and all general plan amendments have to go to the Board of Supervisors. A positive approval on a variance by the Planning Commission, which did not get appealed, would be finaled on that day, or within 10 days of the hearing. And so it's a full public hearing process is available, it would require some modification to our ordinances, but if that was the direction the board would come back with language.
You don't see a procedural issue with that?
If you tell us that's what you want, we can design an ordinance and make it work
Just
that way.
looking to kind of pave the way here.
And more importantly, Tony, that variance hearing heard by the Planning Commission could be appealed to the board, but it wouldn't trigger one of those general plan amendment hearings that we're trying to avoid.
Yeah, all actions of the Planning Commission are subject to appeal to the Board of Supervisors. Certain actions of the Board, Planning Commission are required to go to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
All right, I see no other lights lit up from my supervisors here. This is a public hearing, so at this time I am going to open the hearing to public comment. If you have something you'd like to address on this issue to the board, please come forward, identify yourself, and you will have 3 minutes to make your comments or concerns heard. Please come forward.
Well, she's quick on this gavel. You guys better move.
Yeah, no dithering. We're an hour late.
Thank you. My name is Merrill Furlow. I'm a 15-year resident of Granite Bay. E.J. Evaldi gave you a summary of the task and durations on the update of the Granite Bay Community Plan. I would like to add some color commentary that E.J. omitted in this description of the process. The first community meeting in February 2009 attracted over 400 people and was described by many as a near riot. People yelled and screamed, epithets were hurled, the public address system had to be unplugged, the sheriff arrived for crowd control, and a recall effort was launched against Supervisor Euler. Subsequent MAC meetings contained standing room only crowds with no less drama. People were passionate and emotional about changes to the Granite Bay Community Plan. Or more specifically, they wanted no changes to the Granite Bay Community Plan. As part of the update process, community surveys were conducted where respondents were asked about their level of support for the 85 goals and policies in the 1989 plan. I would like to share with you the responses to 2 questions that I think empirically support the sentiment in the community. 1, 80% of the respondents agreed or strongly agreed with the goal, quote, to protect and preserve the unique rural character of the community and maintain the identity of Granite Bay as a scenic, tranquil, family-oriented residential community. And number 2, 75% of the respondents agreed or strongly agreed with the goal, quote, to conserve the visual and aesthetic resources of the community, including the significant vistas, woodlands, grasslands, and minimize the disturbance of the terrain. The high percentage of agreement make clear that people wanted to maintain the status quo. I have chosen these 2 goals as an example to make my point that there was majority agreement on all the 1989 goals. In a democracy, how often do you get 75 to 80% of people agreeing on anything? Not only was the community passionate and emotional about this issue, but they were also united. Supervisor Euler wisely adopted an inclusive and transparent process for all and any community member who wished to participate in the plan update. I participated in this process. So what have we accomplished after 3.5 years, 3 community workshops, 17 subcommittee meetings, and untold hours of citizen and professional staff time? I am happy to say the answer is not much. And this is not to minimize the efforts of all the people involved, but it honors the sentiment of the community. That is, no substantive changes to the plan. I characterize most of the changes as either technical compliance with current law or stylistic, in my view. Not much is a great success for the community. So is my time up? Okay. I would ask the supervisors to support this plan as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public want to comment on this item? Don't be shy. Come on. Suddenly there's 2.
Just a brief comment. My name is Ray Madison.
I'm a new resident of Placer County, moved from Fair Oaks, spent 35 years living there, same house, same job, same everything. And part of our decision to move to Placer County was sort of maintaining all of the things that I think are positive in this plan. But part of our decision was also based on an ability to appeal and get a gate approved into our little community. And I think if there hadn't been some process for going through that appeal, we probably would have made a decision not to move here. So I would support Supervisor Uhler's recommendation for some ability to appeal to the Commission, not having just a black and white. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Supervisors, Brent Minier, resident since 1982, born and raised in Granite Bay. We design continuing medical education and develop for several professionals, and I'm against the new plan as I see that the language in the revised plan actually seems to take away time from the Board of Supervisors. It seems to me that in the process of it, currently the variance process works well. It gets basically the public to speak with the planning directors, and I felt it went swimmingly. But it seems like now that they're not coming up with forms of escalation. I believe the numbers are there. Granite Bay is growing. We've seen a new church, several schools come up. So I disagree with the new plan, and I believe they need to revise their wording. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public want to come on down?
Hello, my name is, Jane Negri, and I've been a 37-year resident of Granite Bay and seen many changes. And the one thing I want you to know that this was a community effort. Everyone was invited to participate. And thank you, Supervisor Uhler, for making that possible. Everyone was invited to these committees. They could come to just one committee if they just wanted to talk about one issue, but it was open to everyone. And when some of the items were very difficult for us. The gates were debated over and over again. We spent hours, years really, on the gates. And there were many pros and cons. Some people wanted more gates. Some people wanted no gates. This new policy is a compromise, and we did not want wiggle room. We decided every time we have a development that comes and they're asking to add gates after it's been approved with no gates, or they're asking for new gates in an area that is very rural and they don't fit in at all. They just stand out these 8 feet high pillars on a little rural road. They're always approved. The variances are always granted. So we were told to put specific information into our plan, and we did. And there was much compromise. I commend the county for over and over again working with us. EJ and Chris and Kathy and Linda spent so many hours with us on this issue. So this is what the community wanted. It's not one person's plan, not a few people's plan. This is what the community wanted with the gates. And I would ask you to approve the plan as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on this item? So please come forward. If you have a desire to speak on this, please line up behind the speaker so I don't have to keep begging. Thank you.
Members of the board, my name is Tom Perkins. I've been a resident of Placer County since about 1985. And I'd really like to thank everybody for all the work they've done. And I feel like today I'm here at a horse race and the horse is out the gate and I want to change the finish line on you. But that's really not my intent. My intent here is about a gate and a development in which there's a few of us here that have a personal commitment to this in that we're appealing a process to get a gate put in that was originally approved back in 2007. And we're going through that process again because requirements had changed and apparently the ball was dropped on it. We're trying to get that approved right now. And so I have some personal stake in that, and I agree with Supervisor Euler that wiggle room, I think, is important for you as a board. You need the opportunity to look at exceptions. Everything in this great country we live in is about some exception. You've got to have that freedom to make choice. And if you're locked into a very specific plan, I think you need that freedom as a board. That's why people elected you, for your common thought process. So to take that away from you doesn't sit well with me with the board of directors. But to get back, my interest is that you listen to Supervisor Euler, maybe make some concessions in this general plan that will allow people who own property and are very concerned about their security, in which I see things aren't getting better out there. And gate to me is security. I have a responsibility as a father and a dad to provide the security for my family, and gates do provide a level of security that I'm very interested in. Have that taken away from me would be very detrimental to my family and I think to the community. People like security. I was up at Rockland the other day going through Sun City, 32 gates down the street, and people say gates divide communities. I totally disagree with that. That is a very interactive community. Gates don't dissolve or split communities. People do. People who disagree about some of the freedoms that we all should have as Americans. I come here as a property owner. Someone's telling me that doesn't live in my development or 4 miles away that I shouldn't have a gate to provide security for my family. I have a problem with that. They want to pay my property taxes and my utilities every month and my HOAs and buy my land. They can buy it and do what they want. But to tell me when you don't live in a development in which 17 people tax themselves and privatize the road to put a gate in, and someone that doesn't live there says, hey, we don't want you to have a gate. Something doesn't ring true about that. We deserve the opportunity to have security for ourselves and our family if we're willing to pay for it. I just hope you'll keep your minds open to that and making some type of amendment that will allow variance process to go through. I think you deserve it as supervisors. You need that opportunity. And I think we as a community should have that opportunity today and tomorrow, because who knows what the future is going to bring. Is there a hook that comes out? Or?
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Yeah. Anyone else? See, this is like pulling teeth, people. Come on.
My name's Tiffany Bell. I'm a resident of Granite Bay. I'm also a management consultant for several homeowners associations in the Granite Bay, Loomis area. In regards to gates, as a manager, they're the bane of my existence. They break down, et cetera. But for a community, I do believe that it does strengthen these developments. I have learned or observed so many times in these rural developments without gates, the vandalism, the theft, the partying out on the undeveloped properties is twice what it would be if they did finally have gates. These properties, when they were in a hole and before they had been developed, were surrounded by fencing, gates, barbed wire fences, which stopped these individuals from going into these properties. So now that there's homes, these developments are approved with private roads, yet no community service to stop any of these issues that I'd stated before. I've read the original community plan. It's one of the main reasons why we moved up here. I came from Santa Cruz where it was just mishmash, your $2 million home next to a crack shack. And I do really believe, I think it was very well written. Unfortunately, a lot has changed since that was first written. And this isn't really a rural community as much anymore. It's a suburb. And what is still there, I support keeping as rural as possible. The subdivision that we have in question, we've tried to maintain that where we put with the gates that we would like to put in, our setback so far, that is not just this great wall of China surrounding a development. It's still very rustic, rural, in keeping with all the neighbors in the area. And so with these, the only 3 standards for gates, it really restricts what is in place. And I'm wondering, will this now mean that the county will take over the private roads and maintain those? And the cost for the extra time for the sheriff coming out 2-3 times a night from our calls, is that going to be taken into account also in this plan? So my time's almost up.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? I don't mean any disrespect when I ask this. Are you for or against the plan?
I'm for the plan, against the amendment with the gates. I think that there are gray areas, and that still need to be addressed. I mean, nothing's black and white.
Sure. Thank you.
Anyone else? Looks like you're going to be it. There's one more. Line on up. 2 more. Okay, come on. Don't keep us waiting. Please.
Well, thank you. My name is John Thacker. I'm a resident of Granite Bay continuously since 1991, although I've lived there since the 70s on and off. I'm also here. I'm here today for 2 reasons. One is to speak as a resident of Granite Bay to make sure I did something I didn't do before the Planning Commission. I don't think I did adequately, and that is, A, thank Supervisor Euler and his staff for the tremendous job they did in doing what I think is creating a model for this type of local legislation. B, thank the county staff for what I think was a model of professionalism with respect to all the work that they did contributing to this process. And C, this is the final one, thank the members of the subcommittee because I know that they brought tremendous experience and capability to the process. And not only that, but also patience, as evidenced by the talk of compromise that we've heard so much of today. And I will say that I attended only 2 of those meetings because I'm a MAC member and I didn't want to inject myself too much into that. But it was evident that they were going to tackle difficult problems, including the gate issue, in a serious way. And from all indications, it's clear that they did. And that includes a process of compromise, which I think, and I really want to point this out, it highlights the best in what we could hope for in local self-government. I think we accomplished an ideal, and I want to give the A, B, and C I just mentioned all the credit in the world. Now, I mentioned that I'm a MAC member, and the reason why I wanted to come here also and speak as a MAC member is because when we took the vote on the plan, I made the motion that we make an up or down vote. I did that right out of the box, and that was with a purpose, and not to call attention to myself, but I felt that we needed to honor and vindicate the extensive efforts of the subcommittee and of county staff by giving this plan an opportunity to be heard as an up or down item. If it failed, we'd go back and discuss it some more, make modifications, do what we can do to get something up onto the Planning Commission. But I think it was very telling that we did vote nearly unanimously, there was one exception, to, as I say, again, honor and vindicate the work and the extensive efforts and the spirit of compromise that resulted in what I think is an excellent document. I don't think anyone thinks it's perfect. I don't think anyone loves every word, but I think it speaks well that almost everyone respects it, and most people think it's actually a very good document. I would urge the board to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Sandy Harris, and I live in Granite Bay, have since 1977. I was one of the original people who worked on the original plan, and contrary to public belief, that plan hasn't changed. Everybody says there have been a lot of changes in Granite Bay, but they've been changes according to the way the plan was written. And that's what people wanted to see continued. And when the survey went out to residents, all parcel owners in the community got a survey to fill out. I held my breath because we've had a lot of newcomers come in since I moved there in '77, and I thought, they don't love my community as much as I do. They'll want to make huge changes. And I was so excited when it came back and I saw that people agreed with the way the community has developed, and that's why they moved there. And so when Supervisor Euler decided to have this committee, I thought, okay, we'll see what happens. And it was a long process and a lot of work. But thanks to staff and the people on the committee, we all got along and we hashed out these things and we came up with this plan. And it's gone through the process. You've heard a lot of gate comments this morning. I recognize those people from a hearing last week on a gate in their community that has been appealed, and they're probably a little upset about that. But they had the opportunity to come to any of these meetings, the 17 meetings we had, and get their input into it. And I think they're a little late coming to this hearing and demanding that this whole thing be changed after so many people worked so hard to get this accomplished. And to address what Kirk was saying about skipping a general plan amendment, I'm not sure I understand why you would want to do that, because it's my understanding you can make a general plan amendment 4 times a year, but each time you can have anywhere from 1 to 10 different general plan amendments in that one particular hearing. So I don't think that takes away the board's ability to grant general plan amendments. So I kind of think when a project comes into the MAC, it gets a lot of vetting, and we discuss the gates, and usually they don't support it. But when it comes up to the Planning Commission, people who don't live in my community then give people the right to have the gate after it's already had all this input. The original plan said gates are not allowed. We just added a few instances to give it a little bit more clarity on when they're allowed. And we, as the Granite Bay Community Association, have supported some gates in the past if they've been near a school or something of that order where they've had problems with traffic. We understand that that can be worked out. So I think the way the plan's written and all the work that went into it, and we had some developers on our committee, and they agreed to this gate policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Patricia McKinney, and I've lived in Granite Bay for 31 years. And very happily lived there because of the rural nature of the area. And because I saw that when I finally discovered this plan, I saw what an asset that was to the community to guide what we have now. I'm also a member of the committee that we're talking about, and I'm a little bit alarmed here. I feel like gates have taken over the world. And I want you to know in all of that time, the people on the committee referred back to those surveys and were really trying to reflect the wishes of the community as we went through this long process, page by page. Gates were not the only issue. There were many, many more. And we looked at all of them and discussed them and came to an agreement. So please do not let this gate issue control everything. You've heard reasons why people think they're absolutely necessary and not. But I urge you, please, to accept the plan as it comes to you now. Otherwise, I feel like, what's the point? What's the point? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in on this? All right, seeing none, I'm going to bring this back to the board. Supervisor
Question-
Euler.
Yeah, question, perhaps with Michael, but maybe more appropriately for Tony. We heard from some folks who are in one community, and there are, to my knowledge, I think at least one, if not two, other projects that are already somewhere in county staff process under application that are proposing gates. And so I guess right now, what I'm concerned about, particularly in regard to the Terracina project, given the stop and start with their gate issue, would be being in a position where now all of a sudden we adopt this plan and it require a general plan amendment for their gate issue, as opposed to what they're going through right now, which was the zoning administrator, and I understand that's being appealed to the planning commission, not than that. So I guess what I'm wondering is, if the board were to move forward with the adoption of the Granite Bay Community Plan, as proposed, with the gate language as proposed, and not being amended, not changing it to a variance as opposed to community or general plan amendment, is there some way for the board to recognize those projects that are in process under the rules as they exist, as the applicant had submitted, and not then subject that applicant to this more rigorous standard once the standard's adopted?
You're looking at me.
I am. Figure I'd bypass Michael straight to you.
There is good law on this point, and I'm trying to pull it back from the recesses. But it's been a while since I've looked at the issue, but as I recall, and I really would like a chance to look it up to be confirmed, that pending applications proceed under the rules that they were filed under, and new rules are prospective as to any new applications after the effective date. And if there's some doubt, I think the board should simply give that direction today when they adopt the community plan.
Can I add just a piece to this? Is there the possibility of them withdrawing their pending actions and refiling under the new changed conditions?
Anybody who has any kind of discretionary application on file can withdraw their application. And
Plan as opposed to the variance, is what I'm saying.
And if they think there's some advantage of the new rule. But I'm looking real quick at Karen, whether she has a better answer than I do. But I think that's the rule as I recall. I just haven't looked at that bit of law in a while.
So then, just to clarify.
I got a nod of the head. That's
The folks that are here, for instance, from Terracina, and the process that they're in right now, the zoning administrator's decision to approve the gate having been now appealed to the planning commission, they will simply go forward under that process that already existed and will not then be subject to having to file a general plan amendment. And the other applications the planning department has received that are proposing gates will be subject to those rules as when they were proposed and not the new. Okay. Michael, EJ, questions, comments, thoughts?
I would defer to council, but as council pointed out, it would appear appropriate that if an application was filed under a certain set of requirements, that it should be allowed to proceed.
Okay. And with that, I again want to thank the members of the committee, those that spoke here today, and those of you that made sure your voices were heard during the committee meetings for all of this work. And I will move approval of the Granite Bay Community Plan as sent to us by the Planning Commission.
Just as a clarification, are you asking that we adopt the negative declaration and adopt the resolution amending the Granite Bay Community Plan?
Precisely.
That's what I thought I heard
Thank
you
you.
say.
And the findings that appear on page 126 and 120.
Let's do it without the findings this time. All right, include the findings.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you all for coming out today. We will now move on to our 11:30 timed item. Also a Community Development Resource Agency item. This is relating to the Sierra Sun Villas. This is a general plan amendment under the rezone category. We have E.J. Evaldi, Jerry Haas, and Michael Johnson.
Thank you.
Presenting.
Once again, Michael Johnson with the Community Development Resource Agency. The item before you today is a proposed general plan amendment and rezone for property located up in the Donner Summit area. Today's presentation will be made by Jerry Haas.
Go party in the lobby.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Montgomery, Honorable Board, and thank you for letting us take this item forward before our lunch break. Getting a little weak. The project before you at this time is the Sierra Sun Villas. It's a proposed condominium complex that would be located on the north side of Donner Pass Road, directly across the street from Sugar Bowl Gondola and parking lot. The requested entitlements for your consideration today include a general plan amendment and a rezone to align the land use designation with the site zoning and to add a planned residential development combining district to the existing resort zoning. And also adoption of a mitigating negative declaration which addresses potential impacts associated with the request. This is a vicinity map of the project site. Interstate 80 is some 2.5 miles to the west. Sugar Bowl Resort is directly to the south, opposite Donner Pass Road. This is an aerial image of the site, which consists of 3 contiguous parcels that total about 9¼ acres. The site is characterized by steep slopes to the north, cut banks along Donner Pass Road, and a large open lot that is used by Sugar Bowl patron parking. The proposal at this time is limited to a 12-unit, 3-story condominium development. However, the requested 10.2 units per acre PD designation would yield the potential for up to 36 total units on the site while maintaining the minimum 35% open space requirement for the project site. It should be noted that any proposed additional units beyond the 12 being considered today would require a new entitlement and a subsequent environmental document. As discussed in the staff report, the general plan amendment will remove an inconsistency between the existing site zoning of resort and agricultural timberland land use designations. This inconsistency likely stems from interpretation of the 1967 general plan, which was a little vague at the time, and when it was updated in 1994. This is an exhibit that demonstrates how the site zoning and land use designations would be modified if approved today. This is the site plan with the tentative map. On October 20th, the Donner Summit MAC voted 4-0 to recommend approval of the project. Subsequently, on December 8th, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to approve the tentative subdivision map, the conditional use permit, and the planned residential development. The Planning Commission also took action at that hearing to recommend that your board adopt resolutions approving both the general plan amendment and the rezoning of the project as proposed. As you've gathered from the findings attached to the report, staff is in support of all requested entitlements. Staff also recommends adoption of the mitigated negative declaration for the general plan amendment and the rezone. And that concludes this presentation, unless your board has any questions for me.
Thank you. Any questions from the board on this? Okay, seeing none, this is a public hearing. I will open this hearing up to the public for any questions, comments, or concerns on this item. Any members of the public wish to weigh in on this? Seeing none, I will bring this back to the board for action. Supervisor Euler.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we are going to continue to try to kick through the remaining departmental items on here. Supervisor Duran has some commitments this afternoon, and we want to try to get in as much as possible. So let's move to County Executive Item 7C, Oversight Boards Redevelopment. Allison Carlos presenting.
Thank you. Allison Carlos, County Executive Office. Ran over. Just real quickly, I'll run through this item and highlight just those points that I think are got to be most material for understanding some of the convoluted nature of it. The next step in the Dissolution Act implementation is to have an oversight board for all for successor agencies of former redevelopment agencies. We will need to do that before May 1st, but also that's legislatively. But also, April 15th is an important date to have it done by because the recognized obligations listings need to be approved by then. Your board will need to have designation of membership on 5 different oversight boards, one for each of the cities that had redevelopment agencies, as well as your own for the unincorporated area. Staff is proposing that for the public membership of the Oversight Board for the unincorporated area, as well as the cities, go through the standard process for notifying the public and for them to submit application, much like you would for a board or commission. Also, staff is recommending that for the former redevelopment agency employee member for your own unincorporated oversight board, that we would use the same process. If you're not prepared to do it today, we would ask that we could return for you to designate the one member of your own Board of Supervisors to each of the redevelopment agencies. I do know that the jurisdictions of Rockland and Roseville have contacted us, and they are somewhat anxious to get moving with their own oversight boards. So I know that Jan was and still is here from the city of Roseville and was hoping for a designation today, but I don't know that you're prepared to do that. The last thing would be is we've asked for you to allow staff to submit letters that recommend certain members or recommend that the membership be considered for the schools, the junior college, as well as for the largest taxing entity. And so that's in your staff report for those recommended, and that's basically based upon those individuals that are within those organizations that have districts or are the trustee areas for the largest redevelopment area in our county, which is the Tahoe area. So those recommendations are based upon those folks who have large redevelopment area within their responsibilities. So with that, I'll take any questions you may have and ask that you might proceed to approve the processes we have outlined, and we would return to your board the second meeting in March to recommend any public membership, as well as for those you could designate your board membership should you not want to do any of that today.
And just for clarification, I don't actually believe we can do that today because of the way this was agendized. Tony, can you? Yeah, can you weigh in on that? I think we can do what's in front of us, but I don't think we can do anything beyond what's in front of us today.
I would agree with that.
Can we, knowing that we have for the public member appointment, knowing that we have a certain number of days, could we return at our March 13th meeting for the board member appointment? I believe that would meet Roseville's timeline. I believe their first meeting of their committee is the 27th? 26th, and we won't meet again until the 27th to appoint our public member. So at least if we took action on the 13th, and I would hereby nominate Supervisor Duran and have the board come back to us with that recommendation, or have staff come back to us with that recommendation for us to take action on the 13th. If we can do that, that'd be great. And do Rockland want to go ahead and make theirs? And if so, do one of you guys have a feeling about serving on Rockland? Supervisor Holmes, you guys should like to? Do you hear the train? Just got railroaded.
And I will also, and I appreciate the nomination, Supervisor.
Okay. So we'll take that up on the 13th then, according. So I move approval of the action requested and ask staff to come back for appointment of at least those 2 board members, but perhaps staff could be in a position to accept other board member appointments on the 13th if other board member appointments are ready to be made at that time.
I'm a little unclear on what the motion that you just made, frankly. Can we take these one at a time?
Sure. I'd move
Thank
approval
you.
that we authorize solicitation of members of the public for Board of Supervisors appointments for oversight boards, successor agencies of former Placer County and other cities' redevelopment agencies. That's the first one. You want them one at a time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then I would move that we direct staff to return for appointment to Board of Supervisors and public member appointees on each oversight board. However, I would like for staff to return on the 13th of March for the Board of Supervisor member appointments, and then on the 27th of March for the public member appointees, consistent with the timelines necessary for the public solicitation.
For both cities and county appointees?
No, I'd like our board's member appointments to be made on the 13th, because we don't have to publicly
We've got a 20-day
solicit that.
notice.
Okay.
And then the public member appointments for the 27th.
Okay. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
And then I would direct that we authorize staff to submit recommendation letters to other appointing agencies for members on the Oversight Board for the Placer County Successor Agency for the unincorporated areas identified in this report.
In favor?
Yes.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 8, County Executive Ray James on RDA, enforceable obligations.
Item 8A is a request to successor agency to adopt a resolution approving a second amendment to the enforceable obligations payment schedule, directing staff to post it on the redevelopment department's website and submit it to the county auditor controller, the state controller, and the State Department of Finance. The major net effect of this second amendment is to add the cost of post-employment benefits and PERS expenses amounting to approximately $3.2 million. The obligations payment schedule does not include any expenditures for any new projects, nor does it support any non-essential department operations.
Supervisor Euler, your light is on.
If there are no other questions, I move approval.
Supervisor Duran, did you have any questions or comments? Okay.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. B.
Item 8B is a request to the successor agency to adopt a resolution authorizing the purchasing manager to execute an amendment to the legal services consulting contract with Myers, Nave, Ryback, Silver, and Wilson, which would increase the current contract to a total not to exceed of $150,000 and extend the term until June 30, 2013. Myers Nave was the redevelopment agency's outside legal counsel. However, with the mandate of the Dissolution Act to wind down agency activities, there is a continued need for legal expertise in the area of redevelopment, law, and procedures. The proposed contract amendment would increase the contract amount as well as cover the upcoming full fiscal year. Allocation of funds for legal services is already included in the enforceable obligations payment scheduled.
Any questions from the board? Those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 9, Health and Human Services, Children's System of Care. We're being asked to approve a contract amendment to the Placer Community Foundation. Richard Connect presenting.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Montgomery, members of the board. Richard Connect, Children's System of Care. Last July, your board approved an agreement with the Community Foundation to sponsor community well-being grants. These have been very successful. There are a couple examples in your board packet. The state mental health dollars have been increased by about $50,000, and we propose to add these to the existing agreement, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Public Works, kicking right along here. Auburn Folsom Widening Project. Ken Graham presenting.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and members of the board. Ken Graham with the Department of Public Works. The next item here, we're asking you to authorize transfer of up to $7.7 million in traffic impact fee fund balance for the north phase of the Auburn Folsom Road Widening Project. It was approved several years ago in June of 2004 to widen from 2 to 4 lanes. To date, we have completed the south and middle phases that are shown up on the board. We're now ready to proceed with the north phase. It is ready except for a funding program or funding package, as well as right-of-way acquisition. We're not here to talk about the right-of-way. We'll talk about that in the next item. But on the funding portion, the south phase was originally funded 100% through traffic impact fees. The middle phase, we actually were able to partner up or take advantage of an opportunity for ARRA funding, American Recovery and Reinvestment Act dollars, and it was roughly split for the middle phase. In fact, as part of the middle phase, your board approved up to $4.5 million in a transfer at that time. In the end, because of the great timing that we were able to do, we only needed to transfer a little over $1 million.
The north phase is estimated to cost $7.7 million. It is intended to be funded through the South Placer Regional Transportation Authority, as well as our own county-wide traffic impact fees. But a transfer is needed now because the Granite Bay program, we utilized all the existing funds that are there right now for the middle phase. The traffic impact fee program has a balance of $37.2 million at this time, spread over 15 districts. Very difficult for any one district to ever be able to fully fund one project except over a very long period of time. In fact, when we came to you, we had $30 million when we came to do our last transfer for the middle phase. Even after that transfer, that fund continues to grow, $37.2 million now today. The approval of this transfer will not delay other projects for other districts. There is still and will remain a balance of well in excess of $30 million for any of the future needs for the county. We've done these transfers. Your board has approved these transfers for the Bell Road widening project, the Auburn Folsom widening project for the middle phase, and we also did something similar for the Sunset Interchange just a couple of years ago. So again, asking you to authorize up to $7.7 million to transfer and traffic impact fee funds to construct the north phase. That transfer will be repaid by future reimbursements through SPARTA as well as future Granite Bay impact fee revenues. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Supervisor Duran.
Real quick, thank you, Madam Chair. How long is the anticipated project from beginning to start?
The north phase or the overall project?
The north phase and the overall project.
In terms of length or time?
And time.
Time, we started, the south phase was done began 5 to 6 years ago now. If we get this approved, we would have it completed probably by the end of next year, end of 2013.
I don't see any other questions.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to 10B, Auburn Folsom Road Widening Project, North Phase, Granite Bay.
Another item continuing with Auburn Folsom Road Widening, we're asking you today to adopt a resolution of intention to hold a public hearing at your regularly scheduled board meeting on March 27th at 10 a.m. for the purpose of considering a resolution of intention or resolution of necessity, to acquire portions of 5 parcels needed for the Auburn Folsom Road Widening Project. We have successfully negotiated 12 to 13 parcels over the course of the last 6 or 7 years on the project. We have 5 that are still needed that are owned by 2 ownership groups. We need 1.35 acres from Anthony and Mary Sue Cardoso. They have a 20-acre parcel between 2 parcels, actually. And then from the Allison and Paul Landman, who either own it individually or as jointly, we need 1/3 of an acre from their 6.9 acres that they own adjacent to Auburn Folsom. We need a narrow strip of land. We have not had an opportunity to negotiate that. We've tried to negotiate, but we haven't successfully completed negotiations on those properties. We want this project to move forward. At this time, we need to at least consider condemnation in order to keep the project moving forward, although we will continue to negotiate with the property owners throughout the process. Again, we're just asking you for that resolution of intention to set up that public hearing at your regularly scheduled meeting on March 27th.
Supervisor Duran.
And I think you answered my question. I think in my opinion, it's the last arrow in my quiver. But if your intention is to continue to negotiate throughout that process, then I can walk down that road with you.
Great.
I see no other lights. Pleasure of the board. Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment, please come forward.
Yes, Board, my name is Paul Landman, and I'm owner of 3 of the 5 parcels that we've talked about. My wife and I are together. And we really haven't had the opportunity to negotiate. We have received an updated appraisal since the property values have dropped considerably. We did have an appraisal before the beginning of Phase 2, which we had taken to our attorneys for advice, and our attorneys had advised us that the county hadn't addressed all of the issues that should be addressed in that type of an appraisal. And so we took issue with that. We talked to John Weber, who's the gentleman that we had dealt with primarily. He met us at the attorney's office and said that he knew that those issues hadn't been addressed, and at that point I got the impression that they weren't going to deal with those issues, and he got up and left the office, and that's really the last time we've had any negotiations, and that's been like 3+ years ago, I think, about that amount of time. So what I would like to do is ask that this be postponed until the county can provide us with an appraisal that does address all of the issues that it's legally obligated to before we settle the issue. And that's been our stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the board on that? Ken, did you want to respond?
Well, just to add, since Mr. Landman is here, part of the process, and in California the law is that the property owner is entitled to get their own appraisal. They get our appraisal, but they're entitled to get their own, in which we pay for that, and that was outlined in the letter we provided. We're happy to do that. I encourage Mr. Landman to get an independent appraisal so that he can compare it to the one that the county provided.
If it will help clarify the situation before we take action on this, yes.
We did get a forensic appraisal, is what they call it, from an independent source. We paid a considerable amount of money for it. We were never reimbursed what the county was obligated to chip in towards it, which is the amount of $5,000. And the reason that we never did get reimbursed for it is because we didn't share it with the county, because the county hadn't addressed the issues that they were required to. So that's where the end of negotiations were.
Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, it sounds to me like folks need to just sit down and talk this over. And I would advise, I'm not giving you legal advice or anything, but, I would encourage you to sit down and make yourself available to the county to talk about this as soon as possible.
I'm willing to do that. Unfortunately, my wife, who's part of this thing, is working today, so she's not here, but we would be willing to make an appointment with them and see if we can make some headway.
And then I would direct Ken and his staff to make whatever efforts that you can to get together and try to work this situation out as best you can.
Absolutely. In fact, I'll make sure that I do make the call personally.
Thank you.
Supervisor Euler, this is in your district. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We do have a resolution, intent to hold public hearing on March 27th, 2012 at 10 a.m. here in these chambers, but I encourage you to have those conversations with Mr. Graham and the appropriate people at the Department of Public Works in the meantime. Thank you for coming today. Okay, 10C, blanket purchase order, geotechnical engineering and design. Peter Kratz.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Happy to be here today to go over item 10C. This item consists of asking for your board to adopt a resolution approving blank purchase order contracts with the top 6 and 7 ranked firms for Western and Eastern Placer County qualified lists, respectively, in the amounts specified in the board memo and resolution. If fully utilized, the contracts would total $2.925 million. And to be brief, would ask that you adopt the resolution before you as written, and here to answer any questions you might have.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Peter. We will now move to item 10D, countywide traffic impact fees, Sunset Benefit District. Ken Graham presenting.
Ken Grem again with Public Works. Today we're asking you to modify the sunset fee district of the countywide traffic impact fee program, utilizing past outside contributions to provide a flat fee of $1,600 per 1,000 square feet of development, and update the Sunset Capital Improvement Program to reflect all the changes that have occurred over the past, well, since the last update, over the past 10-plus years. The Sunset Industrial Area is planned for substantially industrial growth. In fact, we recently completed the Sunset Interchange, which is improving traffic circulation to that area. The county's traffic impact fee program was originally set up to ensure that we are able to construct all the transportation infrastructure required by future development, and that those future developments pay their fair share towards it. In general, if you're a development, you generate more traffic, you pay a higher fee. In general, it also means that those businesses that have higher levels of employment typically have more traffic, which means they generate a higher traffic impact fee towards them. We want to try to encourage these higher traffic generations, these essentially very good jobs for the Sunset Industrial Area. And so what we're proposing to do is use these past outside contributions to buy down the traffic impact fee for the most intensive uses for traffic impact fees. In general, the outside contributions have come from your former redevelopment agency in years prior to 2010, so way in the past. This is not in any way gets complicated by what's happened to the redevelopment agencies in the last couple of years. They have contributed in the past primarily to the Sunset Interchange that we finished constructing a couple of years ago. The flat fee is proposed to be $1,600 per 1,000 square feet. And here's the chart. I think it's also available in your packet. Today, the traffic impact fee is $2,843 per dwelling unit equivalent. That doesn't really mean a lot when you talk about commercial development. But when you do a conversion to what that means in 1,000 square feet, for a warehouse use, it ends up being $1,600. That's the current fee. For light industrial, it's $2,500, and you can see the numbers there. Under all the scenarios, under this proposal, that fee will go substantially down. For the most part, Sunset Industrial Area is almost entirely industrial, which means that the average is going to be close to that 38% reduction over what it is today. It's important to note this only addresses the countywide traffic impact fee. The regional traffic impact fees, Sparta and the Highway 65 JPA, remain the same. They do not have the same opportunity because they did not have this outside contribution that makes this a possibility. We think it's still significant, though, because the countywide fee is about 43% of the overall traffic impact fee. So about half the fee is going to be lowered by about 40%. We also, side benefit, makes it much more straightforward for those that are considering the Sunset Industrial Area because they're used to dealing in thousands of square feet, the size of their buildings, not trying to convert their property to dwelling unit equivalent. So they now know exactly, or will know if you approve this, exactly what their fee is proposed to be. So again, we're asking your approval to modify the fee program as we've discussed and to update the capital improvement program to reflect all the changes that have occurred that allow all this to happen. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Supervisor Duran?
And what type of methodology did you use to arrive at the 1,600?
The intent was to, let's see, what type of methodology? You determine how much land use you have in the entire Sunset Industrial Area, and you determine what infrastructure you need. It had a certain amount of cost, and we did a simple division.
Okay.
How many square feet of industrial commercial development divided by the total amount of cost for the infrastructure required.
That's fair. Thank you.
I see no other lights. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval, and I'd just like to thank Ken for, we've been weaving our way through some applications that have been pretty competitive. And frankly, the issues out there are wastewater and traffic mitigation fees, and you just get high marks all the time, Ken, for your responsiveness to people, not necessarily telling them what they want to hear, but at least helping them through the process. And the result has been we've got some new job creators out there that are pretty excited. So thank you.
You're welcome.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's move on to item 10E, qualified list of construction management, etc. Peter Kratz.
Yes, Chair, members of the board. Again, last item for Public Works here. This item relates to asking your board to adopt a resolution approving the first one-year extension of 2 qualified consultant lists, one for Western and one for Eastern Placer County, respectively, of firms to provide construction management services, including construction management, construction inspection, and materials testing. The request also includes awarding blank purchase order contracts with those ranked firms for Western and Eastern Placer County in the amounts specified in your board memo and resolution. If fully utilized, the contracts would total $2.475 million. To be brief on this one as well, happy to ask you to adopt the resolution before you unless you have any questions at this time.
I see nothing lit up. What's the pleasure of the board? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much.
We will now move on to agenda item 11, Sheriff's Department. We're being asked to approve a resolution authorizing the extension of Resolution 2007-79, continuing collection of fees on vehicles. Janice Gage presenting.
Good afternoon, Chair Montgomery, members of the board. Janice Gage with the Sheriff's Office. In 2007, your board approved a resolution authorizing the collection of a $1 annual registration fee on vehicles registered in Placer County. The resolution contained a sunset clause of March 20th, 2012, which was consistent with the vehicle code at that time. Last year, the vehicle code was revised, amended to extend the sunset date of that statute from 2012 to 2018. We are here today to request your board's approval of a resolution with a revised sunset date to extend the fee and to be consistent with the legislative extension. The annual revenue generated is approximately $340,000, and it supports the Placer Regional Auto Theft Task Force. There's no impact to the general fund. I'm happy to answer any questions about this, and Michael Beauregard, who is the commander with the Auto Theft Task Force, is here to answer any questions that you might have as well.
Supervisor Holmes?
In the past, we've had an update from the task force about how things are going with it. I don't know how long ago that's been, but I don't know if Supervisor Duran has been aware of that or
I believe it was last summer, and I also believe that Commander Beauregard is prepared to give you that update today.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I'd just like that. Some of the statistics from when the task force was founded. I started in 2010. The task force started in 2007. In 2006, Placer County lost a little under 1,100 vehicles, 10,053 to be exact. 2010, which is the most current statistics I have because the CHP's system right now is not functioning well, we were down to 594 vehicles. That's over 40% decrease in vehicle theft. In 2010, again, Sacramento County showed a 1.4% increase in vehicle theft, while we showed an 8.3% decrease. Again, very significant because we're contiguous counties. Since then, at the task force, we've had 685 investigations, 178 arrests, 238 recoveries, just under $2.8 million in vehicle value.
Did that answer your question? Yeah. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this? Seeing none. Janice, anything else? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now adjourn to closed session. County Council?
The board will go into closed session and take up the items on page 5, item 12. There are 2 litigation matters, labor and the public employee appointment. I figured this guy was going to speak on something, and then he didn't forthcome last time. But okay, that's fine.